Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to bow to my right and to my left. Having done so, I now request the delegates to observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members and delegates, this is a very, very important sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Amongst other things, we'll consider the National Health Insurance Bill. The bill aims to provide universal access to quality healthcare for all South Africans as enshrined in the Constitution. It seeks to do this by establishing a health financing system that is designed to pool funds to provide access to quality, affordable personal health services for all who are registered with the fund, based on their health needs, irrespective of their socio-economic status. This week, we have learned of the passing of Professor Harry Saftel, who was a well-known medical expert who died at the age of 94. Many doctors and health professionals went through his hands. Many would remember him for his Radio 702 health broadcast. He was a fervent supporter of the government community service programs for medical doctors, and may his soul indeed rest in peace. Of course, his passing conjures up memories of the late Dr. Neil Aggett, a medical doctor and trade union organizer, was killed while in detention in 1982. He was known for working mainly in overcrowded hospitals in Eastern Cape, as well as in Gauteng. Of course, there are many more of the caliber of Dr. Saftel and Aggett who are still alive. The likes of Dr. Mgijima, Eric Buch, and many others. We salute them. We recall their efforts to bring quality health care to all South Africans, irrespective of their socio-economic status. Honorable members, before we proceed, I would like to remind delegates of the rules relating to virtual and hybrid meetings and sittings, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, which provides as follows: that a hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged onto the virtual platform shall be considered present, that delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak, and delegates who experience connectivity issues are encouraged to use a still photograph for identification on the virtual platform, as has become a practice over time. That delegates on the virtual platform are encouraged to log on with one device only, as logging on with two or more devices further lowers the bandwidth. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on the gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they're permitted to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physical in the chamber must use the floor microphones, and that delegates may participate in the discussion through their chat room. In addition, I would like to remind delegates that the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facilities on their electronic devices are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. Permanent delegates, special delegates, SALGA representatives, and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation instruments on the desk to access the interpretation facilities. Having said what I've just said, honorable members, honorable delegates, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister and or Deputy Minister of Health, all permanent delegates, special delegates, and SALGA representatives to the House. So welcome. To move on, we're now going to look at motions. We'll start with notices of motions and end with motions without notice. Anyone wishing to table notice of a motion? Mshodi and Malika, the two. We'll look at the others later. I mean the others, the more important ones later on. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House is next sitting dealing with extortion head-on to prevent the collapse of the township economy, which is a critical engine of growth for many cities in the country. I so move, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of African National Congress that the House in its next sitting enhancing countermeasures aimed at closing the usage of our ports for massive drug trafficking, especially of cocaine by international crime syndicates. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mukause.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the Council debates the ongoing suicide and sort of psychological effect on school kids and come up with a form of plan to deal with it at the level of the schools. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hihi.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council in the next sitting debates load sharing, which according to the landmark judgment by the Gauteng High Court is a human rights violation as it disrupts essential services, causes job losses, and is destroying South Africa. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Sorry, Chair, for not being able to open my video. Chair, on behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move the House in its next sitting, debate the prevalence of incidents of human trafficking in South Africa and the urgent interventions needed to crime. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we will now move on to motions without notice. I'll start on my extreme left. A list is being done for me, but yeah, we can try this. Honorable Detroit, Honorable Laboskachne, to be followed by His Majesty the Howler. And then we'll go to Honorable Fesser. And yeah, Mukause.
We are on the platform, Chair.
Smith, yeah. Ocamp, okay. Ocamp, yeah. And then there's Tim, followed by BB, followed by Mamarkhan. Mamarkhan, followed by Tango. Yes, thank you very much.
On the virtual platform, Nzube, Chair.
Nzube on the virtual platform.
And Nkosi, Chair.
Then there's Ngosi.
Muletsane.
Then there's Mletsane.
There's Muimang.
Muimang, yes. Let's see. No, thank you very much. Now we'll try and follow the list as indicated. I'm sure honorable members will bear with us as we struggle through the names. Let's start with Honorable Dutoit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I move without notice that the House notes that all the working on fire vehicles in the Northwest Province has been recalled by the DFFE in the middle of the worst fire season in living history. That the community is being left in a dire situation and even worse, lack of resources than before. That the NWU, PFA have not been consulted in this regard, despite numerous attempts to contact the DFFE, and that we're sitting with a problem where even the helicopters and the air wing have been grounded. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Labuskachne.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Honorable Boshoff and of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern the deplorable state of the R536, R540 and the R36 roads in the Estrasseni district. Again notes that the R536, the tourist route between Sabi and Hazyview, has been permanently closed after the storms that hit Mpumalanga earlier this year. Further notes that the R540 between Leidenburg and Dahlstrom and the R36 between Leidenburg and Bambi have reported numerous accidents and also the loss of lives. Again notes that various complaints from road users and a letter addressed by myself to the MEC, or a letter addressed by Honorable Boshoff to the MEC of Roads and Transport in the Mpumalanga legislature have borne fruits. acknowledges that a reply from the Office of the MEC has indicated in writing that immediate attention would be given to these roads, especially in light of the fact that these roads are business and tourism routes, and recognizes and thanks the MEC for his promise to attend to these roads and that the DA will monitor the progress on these roads. I so move.
And thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance Chair and Honourable Boshoff, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with absolute pride the achievements of Chad Leclerc at the recent German short course nationals. Further notes that across these events he claimed 5 gold medals and in doing so reminded South Africans that his focus on Olympic preparations is razor sharp despite the setbacks he has faced in recent times. Again, notes that the Olympian has openly shared that he is not only focused on the Olympics, but also podium positions. Recognizes that despite injuries and prolonged illnesses that kept him from the World Long Course Championship, he has remained steadfast in his goals. Acknowledges that Chad has made us all proud time and time again, and requests that this House address a letter to him congratulating him on his achievement and wishing him well for his preparations for the Paris 2024 Olympics. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Professor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes the urgent need of capacity, resources and specialized units to aid the investigation of priority crimes, stock theft and rural safety and security to enable SAPS to comply with their mandates. I received 74 case numbers of the past 10 years which have not been investigated or prosecuted. Recognizes that stock theft in Northwest are conducted by specialized criminal syndicates, including cable and stock theft, and for more than a decade, arrests have been made several times, but all cases being nolly prosecuted by the National Prosecuting Authority, then repeatedly continue their criminal activities. Acknowledges that the Bray 4-star SAP station, supposedly open 24 hours per day, was closed on Sunday, 27 November, when 70 heads of cattle were poisoned and 44 died, and the owner of the cattle receiving death threats via WhatsApp notes, and requests the National Commissioner General Masemola to intervene and rescue the compromised Northwest SAP stations in compliance with their mandate for the safety of all people of Northwest. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ocampo, how I confuse you with Honorable Smith.
No worries, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with concern the failure by the Gamagara local municipality in the Northern Cape to deliver basic services such as the provision of water as contained in Chapter 2 of the Constitution of South Africa to the residents of Olifantshoek. Further notes that residents in Olifantshoek has been without water for prolonged periods of time and that the reservoirs that provides water to the people of Olifantshoek is not being filled regularly. This when temperatures in the area regularly rise to above 40 degrees Celsius. Water tanks that have been placed in Olifantshoek more than 2 years ago as a temporary alleviation of the effects of the water crisis are to date not being filled by the municipality on a regular basis. Also notes that no schools or clinics in Olifantshoek have got enough water to do basic sanitation. Further notes that the DA has on numerous occasions in the past called on this municipality to fulfill its obligation towards the delivery of water and other basic services to the people of Olifantshoek, but to no avail. That this House calls on the Northern Cape MEC for Cocta to urgently intervene in this matter in order to assist the people of Olifantshoek to obtain water.
notes that should the Gamagara local municipality not remedy the water crisis in Olifantshoek as a matter of utmost urgency, it will not only be the quality of life of the residents of Olifantshoek that are being jeopardized, it will also be the lives of its residents that will be in jeopardy. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mkausi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Council. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes the report released by the Border Management of South Africa. Note that the Border Authority released a report that 400 kids were returned at the border of South Africa and Zimbabwe. Further notes that these reports were rejected by the Zimbabwean authorities. Further notes that these claims by South African border management remains unconfirmed and misleading in this country. Notes that the actions, even if there was the case, the action remains of a government that doesn't care about the well-being, especially of a Black child. Further notes that the law requires that every human being must be protected, and that official legitimized that they deemed as human trafficking. We demand that these officials be brought to book and account for their actions. I so move.
Thank you very much. An objection to the motion? There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Tim.
Chairperson, I'll just wait for the squabbling of the children to stop. Okay, thank you. Chairperson, I rise with a very heavy heart. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with shock and disbelief the brutal murder of DA Chief Whip in the Mgadi Municipality, Councillor Nhlala Ndlovu. Notes that 3 armed men approached the Ndlovu household yesterday and fired 3 shots before entering the home. Notes that the gunman then entered the home and shot Councillor Ndlovu in front of his wife and 2 young children. Notes that the gunman left the Ndlovu home without removing any personal items. Further notes that the Mgadi municipality is deeply disturbed and saddened by this barbaric act that has left the municipality of Mgadi devastated. Notes that Councillor Ndlovu was known as a peacemaker and a reconciler. His calm demeanor and mature approach to governance and community-related matters were amongst his most memorable characteristics as a leader. Notes that as a person, Councillor Ndlovu was always available to assist, a true family man, devoted to his children, and one would never find him without a smile. Notes further that Councillor Ndlovu was a close advisor to his leadership in the municipality and a pillar to lean on when all seemed a little bit chaotic and uncertain. He was a good friend. He was a kind person. Expresses its sincere condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Councillor Ndlovu, and wishes them all the love and strength possible in this incredibly difficult time. Calls on the SAPS units tasked with the investigation to move without delay to apprehend the killers of Councillor Ndlovu, especially in light of the ongoing and persistent crisis of political violence in the killing fields in KwaZulu-Natal. I so move.
No, thank you very much, Tim. Any objection? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Bibi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the launch of a project that connected 1,600 households to broadband services in KwaZulu-Natal, and also notes that This initiative enabled at least 6,000 community members to access broadband services, and also recalls that the launch of the first gigabit mesh network at Ward 1 of the Greater Kokstad Local Municipality is part of the government's South Africa Connect program, aimed at achieving universal access to the internet funded through the Broadband Access Fund, and also reckons that the Broadband Access Fund has empowered small, medium, and micro enterprises internet services providers across the country to support the creation of direct and indirect job opportunities for designated groups such as youth, women, and persons with disabilities. And also reckons that already in the Harry Gwala District Municipality, the Broadband Access Fund has empowered 12 subcontracted SMEs and created 79 job opportunities for the youth, women, men, and persons with disabilities. And because of the speedy emulation of these projects in all other provinces, I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mama Khan.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that on the 3rd of December 2023, the world celebrated the International Day of Persons with disability. Also note that the government of Limpopo celebrated the day at Mokwakwila Stadium Community Hall, Greater Letaba Local Municipality under the Mupane District in partnership with Old Mutual Foundation, who donated 10,000 liters water tanker and 10 wheelchairs to Ramakwakwa Special School, which is based in the Letaba TVET College in Kapan. Further note that this year's theme, open quotes, consolidate and accelerate right of persons with disabilities in the future. The theme resonates with the South African Constitution, Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights, which states, open quotes, everyone has the right to life, equality, and human dignity, close quote. We applaud the Limpopo provincial government for creating opportunity to highlight the plight and success registered in the improvement of the right of persons with disability. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? No, there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Dango.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Honorable Mpetwa. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House, 1, welcomes the swift arrest of 8 suspects of the rape of 3 security guards at the Transport Department at Merebank Depot in KwaZulu-Natal on Monday, the 27th November 2023. 2 notes that the 8 suspects armed with firearms and knives allegedly took turns in raping 3 security guards while holding the security hostage and helping themselves to the valuables belonging to the state. 3 condemns with contempt it deserves of the heinous sexual attack on 3 female security officers, worse at the time when the country is observing 16 days of activism campaign. 4 believes that men who commit these crimes against women should be condemned to long-term imprisonment without the option of parole, and urges communities to come together in solidarity and work with the law enforcement agencies to report these crimes so as to ensure that the perpetrators of gender-based violence are brought to book. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Any objection? No objection. And there being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Now we go virtual. Honorable Nsube.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House notes that on the 4th of December 2023, the former Banyana captain, Ms. Janine van Wyk, who took the field for the last time as a national soccer team player after having announced the retirement from international football in October 2023. Also notes that on this occasion, she became the most capped African footballer, male or female, by beating the record of 184 caps set by the former Egyptian international footballer Ahmed Hassan. Welcomes the decision by the coach to hand the 2 caps she needed to surpass Hassan in Women's Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers against Burkina. Also congratulates Ms. van Wyk on achievement of 185 caps and wish her well in her retirement and her women's football development, as she also owns women's football team. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. Any objection? No objection. And there being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that their House notes with great excitement the victory of Banyana over Burkina Faso on Monday, 4th December 2023. Also notes that the Banyana beat Burkina Faso 2-0, and this qualified them for the Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco next year. Recalls that they came into the match with a slight advantage after scoring an away goal during their 1-1 draw in the first leg in Ivory Coast last Thursday, 30 November 2023. Commends Banyana for sterling performance, for making South Africa proud, and for flying the South African flag high, and wishes them more success in their future endeavors, and calls all South Africans to support and rally behind Banyana. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngosi. Any objection? No objection. There being no objection, the motions are agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council note that Mr. Stampy John Kalake, a prominent businessman in Rulelia Tunya in Ruvel, passed away last week after a long illness. Further note that Mr. Kalake played a big role in his local community and contributed immensely to business development and inspired many to follow in his footsteps. The House should also acknowledge that the late Mr. Kalake was a man of a great intellect, vision, and courage, who started from humble beginnings, working as a petrol attendant at a petrol garage in Ruvel, then moved up to working at a nature reserve. Further, the House should acknowledge that he leaves behind his wife and children. The economic freedom fighters sends our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends for the passing on of Mr. Kalake. May his soul rest in peace. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. An objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to Honorable Muima. Honorable Muima.
I hereby move without notice on behalf of the ANC that the House knows the following. First, to welcome a donation of 170 million worth of 150 gasoline and diesel generators by the Chinese government, which were handed over to South Africa at the ESCOM warehouse in Howick in KwaZulu-Natal on Thursday, the 30th of November, 2023. Secondly, to recall that these generators were delivered 3 months after the Chinese government pledged to donate the equipment to South Africa when the Chinese President Xi Jinping visited the country for bilateral talks in August 2023. Thirdly, that we understand that the generators will be used as a backup to lessen the impact of load shedding in health facilities, schools, prisons, and our courts. Fourthly, realize that the generators are not going to resolve load shedding, but will assist as an alternative supply in instances of a power failure to make sure there is uninterrupted activity at all those related centers and facilities, be it health, be it schools, be it prisons and courts. Lastly, that we are grateful to the Chinese government for the donation, and we are confident that the generators will ensure an uninterrupted power supply at these facilities, whilst looking forward to the second consignment of generators next year in February. I so move, Honorable National Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? You're objecting, okay. There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now move on to...
Chair.
Yes. What point I rise?
I still have a motion.
Yeah, okay. I didn't see your list, but it's okay. Honorable Mzamai, you're the last one, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. I raise on behalf of economic freedom fighters that council note that Sebokeng Regional Hospital in Mfuleni local municipality is in a state of crisis which has been reported for years. Further note that there currently exists a short of nursing, medical staff, and medical equipment at the hospital, which is cause of a great concern. Acknowledge that Section 27 of the Constitution stated that everyone has the right to have access to health care service and no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. Further acknowledge that the shortage of healthcare staff at the hospital has led to poor quality healthcare service, often inappropriate behavior of staff and long waiting times. Recognize that the quality of health care is compromised by the challenge faced at Sebokeng and it is impact negatively on the quality of healthcare provided. The EFF calls on the Minister of Health to improve the quality of care provided and reduce delays of Sebokeng Hospital and all public health care facility. I so move.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? Honorable members, we have warned against this in the past. But I won't comment any further. There's an objection, so there being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's the point of order?
Chairperson, my point of order is relating to the thugs in this house. Chairperson, we all know that The reason why there are no medication at hospitals is because these facilities are looked at. It's because even if government appropriates money for medicine,
the chair is making a
at the
ruling.
level of these facilities. You object to serious issues in this house. You are so inhumane.
Welcome, Mem Kause in the house.
You are
Welcome in the house, Mem Kause.
Honorable Mkause. Honorable Mkause. Honorable Mkause. Now we have gone beyond the pale, really. We have
point of order, Chair.
Yeah. Now, Honorable Mkause, you can't call members of the House thugs.
Yeah.
As the first thing. You can't really do that. Now I want you to stand up and apologize. And fail to apologize, you should move out of the house.
She must withdraw, Chair. She must withdraw.
Chairperson, I will not give the ANC that satisfaction. I'm going to withdraw. I'm going to speak here today. And
no, withdraw. Withdraw. Withdraw.
I'm going to withdraw the word tax. That is what I'm going to withdraw. But I will address you later on.
No, we have withdrawn. That's it.
Honorable members, we've really tried in this house to ensure that we eliminate all the rowdiness and the kind of conduct that I've just said now. Please cooperate. Please do not do things that you yourself can really become ashamed about, especially when you look at what we have said and done in the house. We will try, especially from the presiding officer's side, to accommodate you as much as possible. We'll move the extra mile, but please don't take that for granted. Please don't do that. We'll move on. Honorable members will move on. Yes, Mikalakis.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 69, a point of order. Although I may not be at odds with what my honourable colleague from the EFF said, because the truth is a defence, you did not give a proper ruling whether it should be withdrawn or not. So the basis on which this has now been dealt with, I would imagine that it would now be parliamentary to call other members thugs. And I would just like, in light of that, would like to associate myself with utterances made by the EFF member. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kai.
Chair, you have ruled, Honorable Chairperson. In terms of Rule 69, 7 in brackets, it says no point of order may be raised in response to a ruling given in terms of sub-rule 4. So he's responding to the ruling that you've already made, which means he's out of order and then he must withdraw.
Honorable members, there's no need for this kind of heat that we've just seen now. And we'll proceed. But I'm noting all of these things that are happening and the individuals concerned. If you don't behave, honorable members, we will make the relevant ruling accordingly. So please behave. We now proceed to the first order, honorable members. Consideration of report of the ad hoc joint committee on flood disaster relief and recovery dated the 27th of November 2023. Announcement, tablings, and committee reports, 28 November 2023, page 5. I now call on Honorable Nyambi, other committee on flood, other committee chair on flood, disaster relief and recovery, to present other committee report. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Because of the quality of the connection, I will abide by the rule, Chair, with your permission to have the picture instead of the video, so that I can remain properly connected and deliver the report.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Ntatemo High, House Chair Mangwen. Having noted the devastating floods in the provinces of the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest from December 2022 up to February 2023, and the consequent declaration of the national state of disaster on the 13th of February 2023, Parliament established the ad hoc joint committee on flood disaster relief and recovery. The committee establishment gave effect to Parliament constitutional obligation to oversee the implementation of government relief measures to address the flood impact, Honorable Chair. The committee was expected to report back on its work to both houses of Parliament by the 30th of November 2023, and its report was duly tabled on the 29th of November, a day before the due date, as per the ATC 168 of the same date. The committee's work followed up on that of previous ad hoc joint committee previously established to assess the extent and response to the damages incurred in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, and the Eastern Cape following the flooding incident experienced in April and May 2022. A follow-up was made to the relevant sector departments and parliamentary committees to ascertain the action taken regarding the previous committee findings and recommendations. Honorable members, fact-finding visit to the provinces affected by December 2022 and February 2023 floods were then conducted as to verify the information received against the lived experience of the affected communities. They visited the provinces where the sites where the national state of disaster was clarified and subsequently declared, and comprised the provinces of Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Free State, Mpumalanga, and Limpopo. In summary, the committee found as follows, Chair. The city of Tshwane political administration showed no interest in prioritizing the plight of communities affected by the recurring floods around the municipal area. This attitude is devoid of basic humanity and empathy and is out of place in the context of state disaster. The committee also regrets the poor cooperation received from the Free State political leadership and the provincial government's lack of preparedness to furnish the committee with the relevant information. The Mopane district and Greater Tzaneen local municipality mayor's non-cooperation further rendered the committee oversight visit to the area futile, as it could not engage meaningfully with the acting representatives who demonstrated little understanding of the content they were delegated to present. The well-organized reception by the city of Joburg's full political and administrative contingent inspired confidence and indicative of the municipal readiness to cooperate with the relevant role players towards more effective post-flood disaster rehabilitation. Honorable members, the Northwest Provincial Government has made minimal post-disaster intervention progress since the previous joint committee visit to the province. More than a year later, critical disaster relief measures are still at planning phase. Poor communication with the affected citizens has contributed to violent protests and destruction of municipal property. The destruction of service delivery infrastructure is counterproductive, and the committee condemns such acts of criminality. The Gauteng provincial government proactive and forward-looking approach to dealing with disasters, including the introduction of permanent search and rescue teams, is welcomed and supported. This is an example of good practice that should be emulated. The intergovernmental coordination initiative, as was clearly outlined by the Premier, is also encouraging. The slow spending of disaster grants by the flood-affected municipalities is a cause for concern, considering that the committee has fought hard for funding to be made available. The key issue, Chair, is no longer the lack of resources, but the inability to spend the allocated funds due to absence of necessary skill. State organs appear to subject emergency disaster projects to normal procurement processes, notwithstanding the fact that there is a special dispensation that allows for deviation, which should be reported within 14 days. Government decision to shift the focus away from temporary residential unit, the TRUs, to the provision of permanent structure is welcome and is in line with the government's previous pronouncement. Where temporary structures last for a long time, they lose meaning. Against these findings, Chair, the committee report makes the following recommendations. The first one is that flood disaster intervention by organs of state should include climate change as a key consideration to foster better understanding of the broader context in which the flood crisis unfolds. Taking cognizance of the recurrence of flooding incidents due to climate change, the relevant state organs should embark on a continuous community awareness and education program to ensure that communities are ready and knows how to respond to an impending flood disaster. The second point, honorable members, disaster-prone municipalities such as City of Joburg should foster a closer working relationship with the Council for Geoscience for a more informed response to geological aspect of disaster vulnerability. The responsive state organs should also place more emphasis on municipal infrastructure maintenance, including clearing of stormwater drainage system and culverts prior to the onset of rainy season. Water service authorities should prioritize the provision of regular and reliable supply of drinking water to communities affected by flood disasters. The responsive government should find a way of accelerating the process of releasing post-disaster rehabilitation funds. Funds are often released long after disaster occurs, and these nullifies the impact as new disasters should have occurred by the time funding is made available. At the same time, Chair, municipal and provincial capacity to spend disaster funds when eventually released is a cause for concern. In this regard, national government should intervene and convert these funds into indirect grants and spend on the municipalities and provinces' behalf. Parliament should scrutinize more carefully the extent in which the rental leases for temporary emergency accommodation have been concluded in accordance with the system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. The Auditor General Office should include within its audit scope the project being implemented with funding release in connection with the February 2023 flooding incidents as to ensure that there is value for money at all times, honorable members. Once again, as I'm concluding, Chair, the cooperation received from the relevant national, provincial, local government, and other organs of state is gratefully acknowledged and they've made it possible for the committee to fully execute its mandate. The contribution and participation of committee members, irrespective of political affiliation, as well as the support received from the committee support staff, it's highly appreciated. It is recommended that the House adopt this report, and for details, it has been tabled. Honorable members can go through it. I so table the report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. That, honorable members, concludes the debate, and I put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of votes in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. And just as a reminder, time allocated for declaration is a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, thank you very much. We will then proceed to voting on the question. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyayivuma
Cape
i-report.
supports. Free State?
Free State supports the report, Chairperson.
That supports Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Gauteng supports, thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal yaweseka.
KwaZulu Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga, support.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape is voting in favor. Northwest.
Northwest Dem-Sam, Chair. Dem-Sam.
Northwest Dem-Sam. Western Cape.
Western Cape support, Chair.
Western Cape supports. The voting being closed. The report being report on the result being available. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the second order. Consideration of Judicial Matters Amendment Bill, B7B-2023, National Assembly-Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon. Announcement tablings and committee reports, 29 November 2023, page 27. I call on Honorable S. Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the Select Committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, the Judicial Matters Amendment Bill provides for amendments to 19 different acts administered by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. The proposed amendments are intended to address practical and technical issues of a non-contentious nature. The bill also proposes the repeal of the common law crime of defamation. The repeal will, however, not affect civil liability under the common law in the case of defamation. The bill also seeks to decriminalize admission of guilt fines and the expungement of minor offenses, as well as certain offenses committed in terms of the Disaster Management Act 2002. Other noteworthy amendments include the amendment of the Matrimonial Property Act 1984 to ensure that the regimes of all existing customary law marriages are now regarded as being in community of property, and the Interstate Succession Act 1987 and the Maintenance of Surviving Spouses Act 1990 to include a partner in a permanent life partnership in which the partners have undertaken reciprocal duties of support under the definition of a spouse for the purpose of inheritance and maintenance, respectively. The bill is tagged as a bill to be dealt with in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee received a briefing on the Judicial Matters Amendment Bill on the 18th of October 2023. In response to the committee's invite for public written comments, the committee received one submission from one individual. In the submission, the individual agreed to the bill and was pleased with the amendments to the Criminal Procedure Act 1977 in respect of the admission of guilt and the expungement of criminal records. The individual was of the view that the amendment will greatly help the youth or people who generally paid admission of guilt without knowing the legal ramifications thereof. On the 22nd of November 2023, the Select Committee received a briefing from the Department on the written submissions received on the bill. On the 29th of November 2023, the committee considered and adopted the bill. The committee also considered and adopted the committee report on the bill. Honorable Chair, the committee is of the view that the various amendments contained in this bill will indeed go a long way in addressing technicalities in various pieces of legislation. In particular, the admission of guilt and expungement of criminal records will lessen the economic burden on persons convicted of offenses. The bill further strengthens and ensures the effective functioning of the criminal justice system. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Judicial Matters Amendment Bill, referred to it on the 19th of September 2023 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends that the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh. That honorable members conclude the debate, and I put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. But before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow political parties an opportunity to make the declaration of votes in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Again, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration of a vote. Any political party wishing to make a declaration?
Yes, Chair, the EFF would like to make a declaration.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that at the outset would like to caution against this form of lawmaking that groups together a whole range of legislation that individually are aimed at distinct ends. This does not provide for a thorough process of public participation and does not permit for an intense engagement with the text of the legislation. The Judicial Matters Amendment Bill, although altogether seeks to amend about 19 acts, dealing with a whole range of issues affecting the administration of justice, the liquidation and distribution of assets, matrimonial matters, issues relating to the prosecution of crimes, matters relating to the Decorian Disaster Management Act, and the so-called crimes committed under that act. That, notwithstanding, we support the proposed amendments to the Magistrates Courts Act in as far as it empowers the courts to subpoena witnesses in civil matters who may help with the courts to make informed decisions. We are also in support of the amendment of the Administration of Estates Act to grant the Chief Master powers to review decisions made by the Master in appointing executors, curators, and other appointments. The criminal record book is clogged up by names that should not be there. So in this regard, we support the amendment of the Criminal Procedure Act, the amendment of the Interstate Succession Act, and the Maintenance of Surviving Spouses Act are specific pieces of legislation that required extensive public participation. These amendments, if passed into law, will change the institution of marriage as we have come to know it. Now, people who were never married will be able to claim benefits from the estates of their partners as if they were married. The word spouse will be interpreted to mean people in life partnership relationships who opted never to get married. This is a societal matter that ought to be reflected in the diversity of view in society and not just views of a selected few. Despite our support for some of the amendments, we are unable to offer our full support to the bill, as we think some of the issues needed to be engaged with more thoroughly. We reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other party wishing to make a declaration? Bartlett?
You must wait, Makause. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, members of the House, compatriots, the ANC supports the Judicial Amendment Bill. The key aim of the bill is to amend numerous acts administered by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and are designed to address practical and technical issues of a non-contentious nature, as well as constitutional judgments. Honorable Chairperson, the majority of changes planned include these relating to the internal functioning of the judicial matter in a very specific sense, such as the rules regulating payment methods for affidavits, the regulation of calling witnesses, and multiple extensions or definitions. The clauses contained in amendment bills seek to remedy the identified shortcomings and constitutional defects in current acts. The proposed amendments will also boost the smooth administration of justice. Two of the most notable planned amendments include the Criminal Procedure Act and the Domestic Violence Act. The Criminal Procedure Act, Chair, the bill provides changes to the Criminal Procedure Act, especially to provisions detailing the admission of guilt and the payment of fines. It further provides for a judgment, the payment of a fine without an appearance in court, and the previous conviction. The bill provides for the removal of a criminal record for a person who is deemed to have convicted and sentenced in respect of an offense contemplated in any regulations that have been made in terms of Section 27(2) of the Disaster Management Act 2002,
if they had paid an admission of guilt, fine, or appeared in court. Summarily, the bill removes the criminal records of people who paid a fine for breaking COVID lockdown laws. In the Domestic Violence Act, Chairperson, the Judicial Matters Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Domestic Violence Act 1998 so as to penalize the making of a false declaration. A person could make the application just by declaration, not by affidavit, but to prevent false declarations, there have to be consequences. Honorable Chair, in the interest of smooth and effective administration of justice, the ANC supports the bill. I thank the Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. We will now move on and allow for 1 minute to delegates outside of the visual platform to join the House. And the minute starts now. Thank you very much. The minute is over. We'll now proceed to voting on the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon all those members who are voting in favor to please raise their hands. And please keep your hand up until the counting is done. Yes. Done. Thank you very much. We'll now ask those delegates who are voting against to please raise their hands. Yes. Yes. Sure, counting is done. Done. Right. Are we done? Okay. Those delegates who are abstaining, please raise your hands. Those abstaining. No, thank you very much. Counting is complete, and the results are as follows. 38 have voted in favor. 1 is voted against. Sorry. It's 7. That's the way it's written here. It's 7. 7 have voted against. 0 abstentions. Thank you very much. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We move on to the third order, consideration of regulations of interception of communication and provision of communication related information amendment. Bill B28B-2023, National Assembly, Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon, announcement tablings, and committee reports dated November 2023, page 20. I now call on Honorable Shaik, Chairperson of Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the Selection Committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and once again, greetings to all honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, on the 4th of February 2021, the Constitutional Court handed down judgment in Amabungani Center for Investigative Journalism, NPC and another, versus the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and others, 2021. The Constitutional Court confirmed the declaration by the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Division, that the regulation of interception of communications and provision of communication-related information Act 2002 is unconstitutional to the extent that it fails to provide adequate safeguards to protect the right to privacy as addressed by the rights of access to courts, freedom of expression,
Honorable Shaik, just a second. I'm told that those who are visual can't hear. So there's a bit of a problem about the system.
We can hear you now, Chair. We can hear you now, Chair.
Who can hear now? Okay.
Yes, Chair. We can hear
Please
now.
proceed, Honorable Shaik.
to provide for procedures to be followed for processing, examining, copying, sharing, disclosing, sorting through, using, storing, or destroying of any data, to provide for principles for the safeguarding of data when dealing with the management of data, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Honorable Chair, the Select Committee received a briefing on the RICA Amendment Bill on the 15th of November 2023. At this briefing, we were also informed that the department wanted to completely overhaul the RICA Act. However, this did not occur due to unforeseen pressures within the department, and in particular due to COVID. The Minister is still committed to the complete overhaul of RICA. However, the current amendment bill is an interim measure to rectify constitutional invalidity and until the broader overhaul is done. In response to the committee invitation for written comments, the committee received 4 submissions. On the 29th of November 2023, the committee received a briefing from the department on the written submissions received on the bill. And on the 30th of November 2023, the committee considered and adopted the bill. The committee also considered and adopted the committee report on the bill. Honorable Chair, the committee deliberated on the inclusion of a public advocate in clause 2 of the bill. However, the committee agreed with the department that this matter requires a comprehensive analysis of the role of a public advocate, and to determine whether this should be introduced in RICA and how best to do so is a matter that requires time, deliberation, and consultation. This process will therefore be best dealt with in the process of a comprehensive overhaul of RICA. This would allow the department the time to consider various factors. It would also allow for time to consult with stakeholders and craft an appropriate model for the public advocate. This is especially so given that the public advocate would be a completely new concept in South African law. To this end, the department has conducted research on the concept of a public advocate, looking to other jurisdictions for a comparative analysis, and also considered academic text on the role and challenges of a public advocate. This research was shared with all members of the committee and will be addressed when the department undertakes the overhaul of RICA. The committee was therefore satisfied with the explanation given by the department on this issue and therefore agreed to the bill without amendments. The committee is of the view that the RICA Amendment Bill addresses the Constitutional Court's judgment and now provides adequate safeguards to protect the right to privacy as buttressed by the rights of access to courts, freedom of expression, and the media, and legal privilege. The committee further encourages the department to speed up its processes in respect of the general overhaul of RICA and encourages the department to work speedily towards its introduction to Parliament. Honorable Chair, I should also indicate that to the House that the committee had received a public comment in relation to SIM card packaging, amongst others, which was noted by the department as a general comment to the bill and not specific to the clause of the current amendment bill. The same comment was also made in the Portfolio Committee Justice process in the National Assembly. The department indicated that the submission relates to an issue which has been raised in the government cluster consultations. The department is considering not only the proper packaging of SIM cards, but is also looking more broadly at the entire value chain and all role players in the SIM registration process. These have been identified for consideration during the comprehensive review of the RICA Act process, which the department is currently undertaking. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the regulation of interception of communications and provision of communication-related information amendment bill, referred to it on the 14th of November 2023 and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, recommends the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. I thank you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. Honorable members, there's been an amendment that has been proposed by Honorable Mikalakis. And I want to take you through a ruling I'm making, having looked at the matter, and I ask honorable delegates that you be patient as I go through the relevant ruling. First, on facts. The Office of Secretary to the NCOP received proposed amendments from Honorable Mikalakis on the 5th of December, 2023. The proposed amendments were purportedly submitted in terms of Rule 203 of the Rules of the National Council of Provinces. The proposed amendments seek to amend the regulation of interception of communication and provision of communication-related information amendment bill, B28B-2023. In terms of Rule 203, after a bill has been placed on the order paper, but before the council decides on the bill, any member may place proposals for amending the bill on the order paper. It is in terms of this rule that the Honorable Delegate purportedly submitted the proposed amendments. On the ruling itself, the purported proposed amendment seeks to amend certain provisions of the regulations of interception of communications and provision of Communication-Related Information Act, which are not covered by the amendment bill. The bill is classified as a bill not affecting provinces. It is therefore to be dealt with in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. The bill was passed by the National Assembly and referred to the National Council of Provinces as required by Section 75(1) of the Constitution. Section 75(1)(a) of the Constitution enjoins the National Council of Provinces to pass the bill subject to proposed amendments or reject the bill. The bill was then referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice for consideration and to report to the House. Rule 1771A requires the committee to which the bill is referred to inquire into the subject of the bill, and the committee has done so. According to the report presented by the chairperson of the committee reports the bill without proposing amendments. In terms of Rule 2031A, after a bill has been placed on the order paper, but before the council decides on the bill, a delegate may place proposals for amending the bill on the order paper. It is in terms of this rule that the purported proposed amendments were placed on the order paper. Rule 2034C prohibits, amongst others, proposed amendments that may render a bill constitutionally or procedurally out of order within the meaning of Joint Rule 161, or amendments that are out of order for any other reason. Rule 1771H, which applies to the consideration of the bill by the committee, is similarly worded. It prohibits a committee from proposing an amendment that may render the bill constitutionally or procedurally out of order within the meaning of Joint Rule 161. In terms of Joint Rule 161(2)(a), to which Rule 203 refers, a bill is procedurally out of order if the procedure prescribed in either the Assembly or the Council rules as a precondition for the introduction of a bill in the particular House has not been complied with. As indicated above, the bill was classified as a bill not affecting provinces to be dealt with in terms of procedure prescribed in Section 75 of the Constitution. Needless to say, the Constitution does not envisage the introduction of these types of bills in the National Council of Provinces. Unlike bills affecting provinces, which the National Council of Provinces may amend, the House is only confined to passing these types of bills subject to proposed amendments. To be precise, Section 68B of the Constitution, dealing with the powers of the National Council of Provinces, empowers the National Council of Provinces to initiate or prepare legislation falling within a functional area listed in Schedule 4 or other legislation referred to in Section 76(3). The regulation of interception of communications and provision of communications-related information law does not fall under a functional area listed in Schedule 4, nor does it fall within the category of legislation referred to in Section 76(3). The bill that served before the committee seeks to amend certain provisions of the regulations of Interception of Communications and Provisions of Communications-Related Information Act of 2002. In particular, the bill seeks to amend Section 1, 35, and 37 of the Act. Further, the bill seeks to insert Chapter 2A, Section 23A, 25A, 37A, and Section 62D. These provisions do not appear in any of the Honorable Mikalaki's purported proposed amendments, nor do they deal with matters that the Honorable Delegate seeks to insert in the bill. On the other hand, the Honorable Delegate's proposal seeks to amend long title and Section 40 and 50 of the Act. Having had regard to the purported proposed amendments by the Honorable Delegate, they cannot be properly classified as proposed amendments within the meaning of Rule 203 of the Rules of the National Council of Provinces. They effectively amount to a new bill which the Honorable Delegate seeks to introduce through Rule 203. This will be inconsistent not only with the Constitution, but also with the rules of the House, of this House. As indicated above, this is a matter that does not affect provinces within the meaning of the Constitution and can therefore not be introduced for the first time in the National Council of Provinces. Should these proposed amendments be allowed, they will render the bill both constitutionally and procedurally out of order. These proposed amendments will suitably be introduced in the National Assembly. In conclusion, having considered the purported proposed amendments by the Honorable Delegate, I have come to the conclusion that they are constitutionally and procedurally out of order. In terms of Rule 2035, the ruling by the chairperson on whether an amendment is out of order is final. Had the honorable member proposed amendments been in order, I could have been compelled by Rule 2037 to either recommit the bill to the committee or to put the proposed amendments to the House before the bill as a whole is decided on. Because of the conclusion that I have reached, I find it unnecessary to do so. I shall therefore proceed to put the bill before the House for consideration. Honorable Mitchell, case on what point are you rising?
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on Rule 69, a point of order. Firstly, Chairperson, let me thank you for making sure that the procedure is corrected and not as it was specifically initially on the order paper. I also wish to refer you to Rule 2035 that says the Chairperson's ruling on whether an amendment is out of order is final, and I respect that rule and your ruling as well, Chairperson. I do, however, want to point out that the ruling has to effect, in other words, that on all subject matters of Section 75 bills, the committees and the members of this House are in effect from here on further rendered toothless, and I would like to take this up, but I will do so in writing with you after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members and delegates. Before we proceed to, before that, honorable members, and I put a question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. Before I proceed to voting, I shall now allow political parties an opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Any political party wishing to make a declaration? Yes, Mkaus.
Thank you, Chair of the Council. Chair, the economic freedom fighters will love to put it categorically clear that we are 100% behind this bill. This bill, Chair, is also a product of protracted litigation, and we are legislating today because the Constitutional Court found something wrong with legislation that was passed through this House. In the Amabungane Center for Investigation Journalism and Other versus Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and others, the Constitutional Court ruled that the RICA Act was unconstitutional because it failed to provide adequate safeguard to protect the privacy of individuals in the country. These rights are fundamental, Chair, to human freedoms, and knowing the depth of abuse of state resources by the ruling party, The unamended act gave those in power unfettered powers to use state resources to keep all of us under surveillance without our knowledge and without the full vetting of the interests of the presiding judge responsible for authorizing the surveillance. Chair, we are therefore in support of the provisions in clause 15A of the bill, which provide for an appointment of a designated judge. We welcome that this judge must be a retired judge and that before an appointment, the minister must get the views of the Chief Justice to attest to the independence of this designated judge. Chair, we welcome the checks and balances applied in the appointment of the review judge as well, including the functions of this judge. More importantly, Chair, we welcome the amendment that will ensure that those doing the surveillance are obligated to inform those who are put under surveillance. However, the provision that the authorities must only notify the subject of the surveillance only 90 days after the surveillance has been done is still not enough to provide the kind of protections to privacy needed. We acknowledge the importance of giving the state powers to conduct surveillance to keep the nation safe, Chair. We, however, know that the ruling party uses this power to spy on opponents and to use this information to eliminate competition. Going to elections of 2024, we know that they will only intensify their surveillance activities over civilians and other political opponents. There ought to be severe sanctions, Chair, for this kind of behavior. Despite these misgivings, we are in support of the bill.
Thank you very much. Any other political party wishing to make a declaration? None. We will now allow for a 1 minute period, 1 minute to allow delegates who are outside the virtual platform to join the House. And that minute starts now. Thank you very much. We will now proceed, honorable members, to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now ask those who are voting in favor to please raise their hands.
Honorable Majola from KZN.
Yes, it's noted. Yes. Dan, thank you very much. I now ask those who are voting against to please raise their hands. Done. Thank you very much. Please lower your hands. Any abstentions? Those who are abstaining? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
On a point of order, Chair. Honorable Mukause said they are supporting the bill, but I see Honorable he is voting against.
I can't hear what he's saying. Honorable Muimang, on what point are you rising?
I was saying that Honorable Mukause in her declaration indicated their support for the bill, but now Honorable he is voting against.
Sorry, it's the old land.
Well, no, that's not the point of order. Thank you very much. We now await the results. Thank you very much. The results are as follows: in favor 29, against 16, abstentions 0. I therefore declared this is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Now we look at the fourth order, ruling by the chairperson of the NCOP on proposed amendment of the regulation of interception of communications. Okay. Wait a minute. Thank you very much. We are now moving to the fourth order. Sorry about that problem on the guide. The fourth order is consideration of National Health Insurance Bill B11B-2019, National Assembly Section 76, and the report of Select Committee on Health and Social Services thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 28 November 2023, page 133. I now call on Honorable Njadu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, to open the debate. I would like to recognize, of course, the Honorable Joe Patla, the Minister of Health, who's participating in the debate. I also noted that Dr. Olive Shisana is here with us, one of the pioneers of the health sector in a democratic South Africa. Thank you very much. Honorable Njadu.
Honorable Masondo, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Mohai, Chief Whip of the House, Honorable Minister Dr. Joe Pasha, and the Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Sibongisieni Gomo, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members and Delegates. Let me take this opportunity this afternoon. Chairperson, the 6th of December 2023 marked a special day in the history of South Africa in the struggle for a better health system for all. The poor, the working class, and the unemployed. Free access to quality health care for every South African. Honorable Chairperson, the National Assembly adopted the NHI bill and referred it to the NCOP. The NCOP Select Committee on its processes, Honorable Chairperson, the National Health Insurance Bill, Bill 11B 2019, Section 76, that the National Department of Health briefed the committee on the 20th of June 2023. All provinces have briefings and public hearings on the bill between 28 July and the 30th of October 2023. On the 31st of October, the 7th and the 9th of November 2023, respectively, the Select Committee held meetings with the Department of Health to deal with the written submissions on the NHI bill, and the committee received 23,000 to 25,000 individual submissions from across all provinces supporting the NHI bill. The summary document on written submissions was circulated to the committee on the 27th of October 2023. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Health responded to the issues raised from the various organizations, and this is how the Department of Health presentation was categorized. The committee deliberated on the discussions during the meetings of the 31st of October, the 7th and the 9th of November 2023. These written submissions were addressed by the Department of Health extensively. On the 14th of November 2023, the Select Committee held a meeting on the negotiating mandates, of which 8 negotiating mandates supporting the bill, and their reports were timelessly distributed to the Department of Health, Parliamentary Legal Advisor, and the State Law Advisor. At this meeting, 8 provinces supported the bill, and 1 province did not submit negotiating mandate. The Department of Health had indicated that comments from the provincial mandates and their reports were already covered in the extensive discussions held with the committee during the meetings of the 31st of October, 7th and the 9th of November 2023. On the 21st of November 2023, the committee held a meeting on the final mandates, of which 8 provinces supported the bill, and 1 province did not submit final mandate. The committee adopted the bill without any amendments, and the report was published on the 21st of November 2023. On the 28th of November, the committee convened to consider the negotiating and final mandates of the Western Cape legislature, who were unable to previously submit the mandates. The committee reported as such: 8 provinces supported, 1 province not supported. The committee adopted the report on the NHI bill without amendments. The report was sent for publication on the 28th of November 2023 to incorporate the revision. Chairperson, majority of the people at the public hearings across all 9 provinces supported the National Health Insurance Bill, and 8 provincial legislatures voted in favor, and only 1 Western Cape legislature voted against. The adoption of the Freedom Charter, Chairperson, in the 1955 had a profound impact on the vision of the health care system in post-apartheid South Africa. It recognized healthcare as a fundamental human right and called for an end to racial discrimination in healthcare. The Charter emphasizes the need to extend and improve healthcare services, ensuring that they reach all people. It is also advocated for free medical care and hospitalization for all, with a focus on the well-being of mothers and young children. Honorable Chairperson, we are proud of the progress we have made thus far and believe it is time to move forward with the implementation of the NHI, a healthcare system that all South Africans can take pride in. Our people deserve better. And as our President Cyril Ramaphosa has stated, the NHI will be implemented. Bethanda bengathandi. Whether some may like it or not, this report to be considered. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Njadu. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Ryder.
Long live Honorable Njadu, long live to the NHI bill.
Thank you, Chair. Affordable, quality healthcare for all is an admirable goal to work towards. As government's key role is to intervene to support those in society who cannot support themselves, a responsible government should strive to bring public healthcare closer to private healthcare. But surely that should mean raising the standard of public healthcare and not breaking down of the private sector. The NHI, in its current form, seeks to break a system that has been improving over time, as demonstrated by the increasing life expectancy in South Africa. But this has been in spite of government's role in the health system, not because of it. Just look at the frequent reports of mismanagement, corruption, and the breakdown of government health services. The Charlotte Macheke Hospital can't perform surgeries because equipment is decommissioned or the heating system is broken. Imagine how that wonderful icon and symbol of overcoming the odds feels now that her legacy is tied to a dysfunctional hospital where substandard care is given to patients and psychiatric patients are routinely abused. Look at the Tembisa Hospital, who used their budget to buy skinny jeans instead of medical equipment. Look at Rahima Musa Hospital, where the CEO spent only 180 days at work from her appointment in 2021 until April 2023. That equates to a day and a half a week. Auntie Rahima would be mortified to see the disrespect that she is shown by the deployed cadres of the organization she once fought for. Do we want our health to be in the hands of incompetent people? No. Our health is our most important asset. South Africa's healthcare was world-renowned, with such names as Dr. Chris Barnard, Dr. William Socha, Dr. David Cooper, and Dr. Abdullah Abdurrahman. A proud history with great achievements and innovations. The CAT scan, the retinal cryoprobe, and perfection of the heart transplant are all proudly South African innovation. Does anyone believe that these innovations would have happened under a government-controlled system like the NHI? No. Yet the ANC seeks to close the sector down through Stalinist centralization policies and place a minister in charge without checks and balances. Centralizing procurement is a key initiative of the NHI, yet the ANC has shown that under their watch, the procurement of a 26 Rand wooden-handled mop can be manipulated to inflate the price to over 200,000 Rand. Now we want to give the keys to the candy shop to the sugar addicts. May I, Chair, pause here and pay tribute to Babita Deokaran, who died at the hands of those in government for standing up against the exact issues that we are entrenching with this piece of legislation. Corruption is the reason that this NHI will never work under an ANC government. The ANC government has the Sadim touch. Everything they touch turns to waste, the polar opposite of the Midas touch, and they wish to touch our health system. This bill is so unclear in its implementation plan that there's no picture of how holistic treatment can be achieved. There's no indication of which services would be covered by the NHI or how the poor and vulnerable will afford services that are not covered by it. In the place of answers, we have failed pilot projects. And talking of failure, the public participation that took place in the provinces during the NCOP was as flawed as those of the National Assembly, with staged performances by some attendees and a lack of understanding by others. Even the mandating by provinces process was riddled with controversy as the committee chair shut down discussion and did the work of the executive. Have you learned nothing from the Zondo report and the countless constitutional court judgments saying that Parliament has failed in their duty of care? As the health sector, medical aids, and many other businesses in the broader industry have indicated, this bill has not been properly thought through, and its implementation will result in a half-baked mess that we cannot afford to fix. Now, let's not misrepresent the industry. They have repeatedly said that they are in full support of universal healthcare, but just not this model, and certainly not implemented by this government. That, of course, brings me to the most compelling argument against this bill, an argument that doesn't come from me and also doesn't come from the Democratic Alliance, but it comes from the heart of the ANC executive. Minister Enoch Godongwana himself, the Minister of Finance, is firmly on record saying that the NHI is unaffordable. As South Africans battle to put food on the table, how can we possibly think about raising taxes to fund an NHI? And that's the truth. This ANC vanity project is a last-ditch effort for votes that will affect our pockets deeply if it's implemented, not only in foregone tax credits by medical aid contributors, but also as a result of the need to raise additional funding to cover these costs. But even higher taxes will not be enough to fund universal healthcare, while the emulators of the Zumas and the Guptas continue to help themselves without restraint. The ANC has misled their constituents on the potential benefits of this bill. The ANC has not grasped the negative implications of this bill. It's nothing more than a ploy to fulfill a Congress resolution, and it will be passed today despite the fact that this NHI can never be implemented. Stop fooling yourselves. Stop fooling the voters. Vote against this destructive bill. South Africans, if your elected representatives choose to support this bill today, you can choose to send them where they belong next year at the election polls. I will say it once again, Mr. Chair, Woza 2024. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. We'll proceed to Honorable Matt. Honorable Matt.
Honorable NCOP Chairperson, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Lucas, Honorable Mohai, the Chief Whip, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Nyambi, Department of Health Minister, Honorable Dr. Patla, Honorable Deputy Minister Zomo, Honorable NCOP members, SALGA delegates, special delegates, Honorable MECs from all provinces, HODs and senior government officials, good afternoon. On behalf of the Eastern Cape, we welcome this opportunity to participate on this critical debate, which speaks directly to quality healthcare system that is equitably shared for all. This debate takes place just a day after we commemorated the 10th anniversary of the passing of our first democratically elected President Nelson Mandela, an icon who once said, I quote, "Health cannot be a question of income. It is a fundamental human right," close quote. In the province of the Eastern Cape, over 90% of the population depends on public health care. Therefore, our hope is in the passing of this initial bill. Thus, people of the Eastern Cape came out in numbers to be part of the recently concluded initial bill public hearings meetings. We can, without shadow of doubt or without fear of contradiction, unequivocally state that the majority of our people are fully behind the NHI. Also applaud COSATU and affiliated unions for their solid support on the NHI bill since the adoption of this bill by the ANC over the decade till to date. It is an honor to be part of this history that the sixth administration of our government is about to realize. This year has been indeed the year of decisive action to advance the people's interests and renew our movement as proclaimed by the African National Congress. Honorable Chair, from the onset, allow me to assert that the African National Congress government is based on the will of the people, emanating from the people's document, the Freedom Charter. The Charter posited that free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all, special care for mothers and young children. The ANC, in its National Health Plan for South Africa in 1994, envisaged an integrated, equitable, and comprehensive health system based on the primary health care approach. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa buttressed the right of access to healthcare in Section 27. To make these directives a reality from the ANC founding documents, the first president of the democratic South Africa, the late President Nelson Mandela, within 90 days in office, declared free health services for pregnant women and children in all public health facilities. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC has made a commitment 66 years ago in Kliptown that I quote, the aged, the orphans, the disabled, and the sick shall be cared by the state, close quote. This government has built an architecture that ensured that these commitments of the people are realized. The white paper for the transformation of health system in South Africa in 1997 articulated the principles entrenched by the Reconstruction and Development Program of the African National Congress. South Africa has embarked on a bold and new direction with its national health system through the NHI bill. The NHI intends to ensure that everyone has access to appropriate, efficient, and quality health services. The NHI bill proposes interventions such as a complete transformation of the healthcare services provision and delivery, a total overhaul of healthcare system, a radical change of administration management, the provision of comprehensive package of care underpinned by re-engineered primary healthcare. This is the momentous step forward for South Africa and is reminiscent of the 1948 proposals of the national healthcare system in the UK post-World War II. The South African healthcare system is one that was fragmented and racially biased, which largely benefited the white minority population. Following democratic elections in 1994, the process of creating a single, non-discriminatory healthcare system was thwarted somewhat by the development of two-tiered system of healthcare, public and private, and largely based on social class determinants, which perpetuated health inequalities. Currently, the expenditure in both private and public sectors are roughly the same, about 100 billion rand each, and together makes up to 8.5% of the GDP, but the inequity is in the coverage. The private sector serves 16% of the population, whereas the public sector serves 84% of the population, who are largely poor and Black. The NHI bill contends that the two-tier system is unsustainable, destructive, very costly, and highly curative and hospice-centric. The objective of the NHI is to provide improved access to quality healthcare for all South Africans. It bases its approach on the Brazilian experience largely and focuses on a re-engineered primary healthcare system that will focus mainly on community outreach services using defined comprehensive primary care packages of services. There is also provision of the bill for the delivery of PAC through private providers that are accredited and contracted within districts. Hospital-based benefits are also described according to the designation of hospital, which ranges from district to regional, tertiary, as well as central and specialized hospitals. Honorable Chair, inequalities and inequity in South Africa between the public and private health sectors in terms of availability, acceptability, and affordability is well documented. As the Eastern Cape, we are fortunate to have OR Tambo district that was identified as a national pilot site and is supported by National Department of Health to prepare facilities to be ready for the implementation of NHI. We have learned a lot from this process and a lot of progress has been made so far. We are happy to report that in the province of the Legends, more of our facilities are achieving ideal status, which is prerequisite for NHI. We have since rolled out the NHI throughout the province. The Eastern Cape Department of Health has facilities that have obtained ideal status over the years. Although the natural disasters do hamper progress and cause damage to primary healthcare facilities, a lot of progress has been made. Out of 775 facilities, that is clinics and CHCs, 406, which is 52% cumulatively, have achieved the ideal status. This is a quality improvement program that is implemented to make our facilities ready for accreditation by the Office of Health Standards and Compliance. More of our facilities are achieving the ideal status during half-yearly report period. The perfect permanent terms of ideal clinic realization and maintenance program conducted status determination in 769 primary healthcare facilities, including community health centers. The provincial average score that was obtained was 77%. 3 districts obtained average score of above 80%. The total number of PAC facilities that obtained an ideal status is 293. At the end of quarter one, we had 89 facilities that were accredited by the OHSC. By the end of quarter two, we had 143 accredited facilities. This translates to improvement of 45 facilities just in a few months. This is yet another indication that we are almost ready for NHI implementation. On infrastructure, the Eastern Cape Department of Health has also embarked on a massive infrastructure development and maintenance program. Section 27 of our Constitution states that, I quote, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, including reproductive health, close quote. We have built 530 new zones across the province in order to improve access to sexual reproductive health and rights. Honorable Chair, we are here as the Eastern Cape to say we have 3,882 CHWs that are conducted by us and 789 conducted by NPOs. And we saying also South Africa has shown its resilience in terms of its system architecture and infrastructure. And this was tested during advent of COVID-19 that attacked populations of the world. The public health system experienced strain during this period, but it displayed strong resilience to mitigate huge negative impact of the disease. It became very clear that private healthcare has no ability and strength to withstand calamities brought by COVID-19. As I land, Honorable Chair, I urge all patriotic honorable members to rally behind the NHI if they are truly concerned about leveling the playing fields for all. However, we must warn that even if they don't get on board those who are seemingly opposed, we are forging ahead, full steam. No one can stop this train. Naysayers will continue with desperate attempts to try to ensure NHI is not realized. NHI, which is the freedom charter of the health sector, will be realized and will achieve universal health coverage as the ANC we committed to our people as the African National Congress. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. To follow is Honorable Ndongeni.
Chairperson, Honorable Masonda, Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai, Honorable Minister Pasha, Honorable Deputy Minister Dlomo, Dr. Dlomo, Honorable Delegates, Special Delegate, guests, and all community members. Molweni ngalemva kwenini. NHI is a stepping stone towards achieving South African development agenda. Our constitution recognizes health as a fundamental human right. Under Section 27, the Constitution proclaimed that everyone has the right to health care services, including reproductive health care services. As a human right, this means that an individual's rights to access health care is automatically granted at birth and should not be earned or taken away. No one may deny anyone access to emergency medical treatment based on one race, gender, geographical location, economic status, or any other differentiation quality. This is because we have descended from a divisive system where healthcare was discriminatory offense and skewed against the majority who receive poorly resources substandard health care. In this, we have observed how the two-tier system is unjust in the private sector, which is a better funded and resource server, serves few people, make up to 16% of the population, while the overburdened and poorly funded public sector serve the majority of our people, making up about 84% of the population. The contradiction mirrored themselves on the background of further stratification along the lines of education, employment, class, and racial bias, which drives the higher inequality level in the country. It is against the historical context that the ANC-led government has been dedicated to transform not only the health system, but also the broader society to reflect the aspirations enshrined in our constitution and the freedom chartered, guided by our development strategies, such as the national development. The skewed competitiveness between the private and public sector is not compatible with the national democratic society along this disproportionate financial spending and competition for scarce resources such as health professionals. The government commitment towards the advancement of a just and equitable health system is noted to be both a moral and legal imperative. In this regard, the state is obligated to ensure that the necessary legislation is developed, which sets as a framework of how provision on healthcare will be dealt with, along with ensuring that sufficient infrastructure, human resources, financial allocation, and other imperatives are made available for the realization and fulfillment of all basic human rights. Therefore, the introduction of NHI has provided South Africa with a unique opportunity to create an accessible and equitable system which is underpinned by principle which form the bedrock of the democratic government of health being a public good, social solidarity, efficiency, effectiveness, and affordability. The passing of the NHI bill represents a turning point in the country's trajectory, assuring that the ANC-led government can lead society in ensuring that our current health reality as its future is encroached to access quality and equity. The NHI also serves a broader mandate of ensuring that South Africa has universal health coverage, which has been called by the World Health Organization. Under universal health coverage, the ANC government seeks to ensure that no one is left behind and all citizens and those in need are not prohibited from accessing any health services they may need, where and when they need them without the burden of the financial implication. This will go a long way in the closing the inequality gap in a fractured country such as ours, which is riddled with the levels of poverty, with the majority of our people subjected to early death and their prospects restricted due to limitation imposed by health-related constraints, which are often grounded in issues access and affordability. Such incidents drive a wedge against social cohesion and exacerbate social tension rooted in race and social economic disparities, with the private sector continuously locking funding, resource and skilled medical practitioner for a privileged minority. NHI will provide an unified pool of healthcare funds for both the private and public sector, with the NHI fund paying both public and private healthcare providers as practitioners the same for similar treatments. This means that people in lower income community may consult doctors in private practice and use private hospitals because the NHI fund will pay for this care, relieving the burden from an individual or a specific sector. The NHI is not just health legislation. It has the potential to positively contribute to the development of the country and address socio-economic factors which continue to grapple with our society. For example, the bill emphasizes on accessible and equitable health care is critical for fostering social cohesion and bridging the social divide, which alienates South Africans from different economic walks of life by ensuring that everyone, despite their social stature, will receive care from the same facilities. This will tear down the disparities created by the two-tier system and can be a tool to foster reconciliation and alleviate social tension which exists between the varied social groups in the country. Therefore, as a country challenged by plight of socio-economic forward factors which stand our growth and development, such as the notable triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The critical role which NHI can play in the realization of the country's development aspiration, such as a nation building, need to be greatly appreciated. This is because health in the cornerstone of national development fundamental. At the core of all intervention is the need for a health-enabled workforce which is dedicated to our collective aspiration to occupy various sectors in society to provide the necessary skill and services to stimulate economic growth. Therefore, the inroads made under the first phase of NHI to build a stronger and a healthier nation must be applauded as evident in HIV intervention, as it is one of the biggest challenges threatening not only our healthcare system, but our communities and national stability. Under this first NHI phase, we have observed incredible advancement towards the UNAIDS 95-95-95 global target, where South Africa ensure that about 94% of people living with HIV know their HIV status. 80% of the people diagnosed with HIV receive sustained antiretroviral therapy, and 86% of people on antiretroviral therapy have viral suppression. Chairperson, as concluded, the NHI bill is concerned with the ensuring that the divisive legacy where inheritance from the colonial and apartheid government are broken. We can no longer carry on with a two-tier system with financial benefit few as assessed by the privileged minority, while the majority of our people are sidelined and subjected to a substandard system. There is no development nation thriving with socio-economic development aspiration built on the fractured healthcare system. As the ANC, we are determined to build a South African and promote a strong health system as means of investing in the development of the country. As the ANC, we value the need for global cooperation in the quest for improved universal healthcare system. We are committed to ensure that there are global synergies, and this is why South Africa supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particular Goal 3 on the achieving good health and well-being, which includes aspiration to ending the epidemic of AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and neglected tropical disease, and combat hepatitis, waterborne disease, and other communicable disease, as well as reducing 1/3 of premature mortality from non-communicable disease through prevention and treatment, as promote mental health and well-being by 2030. Having a national health insurance is not unique to South Africa. There are over 100 countries across the world that have made the decision towards implementing NHI. In the continent, we are inspired by the effort of Ghana, which established its national health insurance scheme in 2003, with a view to meet these national objectives of universal access to health care. Notable, by 2014, Ghana had covered 10.5 million people, or 40% of population, which is 2021 census indicated that the percentage of the population with national health insurance rose to 68.6%. Furthermore, one notable country which have successfully implemented NHI, including the United Kingdom, Japan, Colombia, Mexico, Rwanda, Kenya, Indonesia, Thailand, and Costa Rica. The only demonstration, the possibility which lay ahead for South Africa and the ANC government are encouraged by overwhelming support the bill has received from ordinary citizens during the public hearing, which demonstrates the public desire for such a system. The global progress on health also affirms that the NHI should be the future of all nations in the interest of justice and the development of more efficient and equitable way for healthcare. As an ANC government of the people, by the people, to the people, we commit ourselves to ensure a people-centered healthcare system through the NHI as a means of empowering and restoring the dignity of our people will be realized. We commit to create a system where our people are empowered to make decisions about their health and bodies without systematic, structural, and financial barriers. In turn, this feedback to the productive of our country through a health labor force, which can invest back into the country's physical and foster productive, which led to improved quality of our people. The ANC supports the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. We'll now move on to Honorable Smelane as I hand over the chair to Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and all the honorable members in the House. Chairperson, it is with great pleasure that as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we participate in this wonderful debate that the people of this country have been long waiting for. Chairperson, we really appreciate the opportunity to deliberate upon an extremely important matter that concerns the very fabric of our society, which is the healthcare system in our country and in our province. Our constitution recognizes the healthcare as a fundamental human right. As articulated in the Freedom Charter, our constitution states that, and I quote, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, and that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights and to ensure that no one may be refused emergency medical treatment, close quote. This, Chairperson, from where we are standing is actually what the sitting and the debate today is about. The NHI bill therefore seeks to achieve these noble goals by ensuring that one, no one is deprived of the above-mentioned rights because of their socio-economic status. The bill seeks to ensure that one public health fund is created with adequate resources to plan for and effectively meet the health needs of the entire population, not just a selected few. And the ultimate goal is to achieve universal health coverage. Currently, there are a number of disparities in the provision of healthcare access in this country. And the truth is that they disproportionately affect the Black majority, which is a case and a matter that we cannot ignore. On one hand, you have the private healthcare system, which is subsidized by the state, but caters for only 13% of the population. On the other hand, there's the public healthcare system, whose resources are severely strained because it is responsible for the healthcare needs of the remaining 87% of the population. Chairperson, there are many instances whereby people get injured on the road, but they cannot be picked up by a private ambulance just because they can't produce a medical aid card, which, quite frankly, is outrageous. Even those that do get picked up by a state ambulance or get transported by their own private vehicle to get help, they are forced to drive past private hospitals that have the personnel and equipment to save their lives until they get to a state hospital, which could be located further away just because they don't have a medical aid card. This is a glaring defiance of our constitution. We have to ask, why is this accepted as the norm? Moreover, many people who have medical aid often find out that their funds get finished prematurely at a certain time of the year. When this happens, they get immediately kicked out from the private hospitals, regardless of their healthcare needs or how critically ill they are. You could be lying in an ICU unit fighting for your life, but once your funds are over, your family asked to make a plan and take you to a public health care facility. Yet, we never hear a public outcry about this. Why is that the case? Furthermore, there are many elements that these medical aids simply refuse to provide medical cover for, despite charging exorbitant fees in medical aid premiums. Therefore, our considered view as the ANC-led government is that NHI is an idea whose time has come. We believe that to uphold a system that perpetuates inequality and exclusion of people from quality healthcare purely on the basis of the size of their pockets is simply wrong and not sustainable, and not what we fought for and was achieved in 1994. To uphold such a system goes against the principles of justice and fairness, which are the bedrock and cornerstone of our constitution. NHI chairperson embodies the noble vision of an inclusive healthcare system where every individual, regardless of their background, enjoys the same quality of care. Through NHI, government will establish a unified healthcare funding pool that caters for both private and public healthcare providers. The fund, and we think it's important, Chairperson, that we explain this over and over again so that the propaganda that is perpetuated out there about what NHI is eventually dispelled and our people are not confused by those who are able to articulate that propaganda. The fund will reduce the current healthcare system's exorbitant costs, which are amongst the highest globally. When the individuals seek medical care, the NHI fund will cover the expenses, eliminating fees at healthcare facilities in a similar manner to how medical aids cover their members. The NHI fund will be financed through general taxes, contributions from higher income earners, and monthly employee contributions. Therefore, by bridging the healthcare quality divide between affluent and underserved communities, NHI strives to effectively narrow the gap between the rich and the poor. There are a number of countries where NHI is working extremely well, and I think the comrade in front of me who has just debated mentioned them, and we are very proud that some African countries have also started implementing NHI, and therefore it is doable for South Africa to also implement it. The state acknowledges the massive responsibility that comes with the implementation of NHI. We are not blind. We are fully confident that we have the capability to ensure the efficient administration of healthcare services under this new system. With proper planning, transparency, and accountability mechanism in place, NHI will be implemented successfully and will benefit all the people of South Africa at large. Sihlalo siyafisa njengabantu bakwaZulu Natal ukusho ukuthi kulesi shayamthetho abantu beprovince bakujabulele kakhulu ukuthi iNHI iphasiswe, yingakho ama members arepresenta iKwaZulu Natal kwi-NCOP afika avumelana nebill. Kodwa abantu bakwaZulu Natal kubajabulisa kakhulu lokhu ngoba sibonile thina KwaZulu Natal ukuthi sesiqalile i-implementation ye-NHI or in preparation for implementation ye-NHI. Siyazi ukuthi kukhona abashoyo or i-DA ithi i-implementation ye-NHI is a pipe dream. But from where we are sitting, Chair, that is definitely not the truth. The ANC government in this province and in other provinces has started implementing or has started readiness towards the implementation of NHI. Chairperson, into eyenzekayo kumaklinika asemakhaya sesikwazi ukuthi sibe nodokotela abavakashela lawo maklinik lawo, into ebingenzeki phambilini sikwazi ukuyenza noma ikwazi ukwenzeka ngoba i-strategy ne-planning for i-NHI isivumele yasinikeza ama-opportunities ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola o-NHI supported doctors bavakashele amakliniki akuma-rural areas noma asey'ndaweni zasemakhaya. Abantu bakwaZulu Natal bayakujabulela kakhulu-ke lokho ngoba kuyabasiza, kwenza ukuthi bangaze bahambe baye ey'bhedlela ezikude ukuze bakwazi ukuthola odokotela. I-state of readiness towards NHI asigcini lapho. Siqalile futhi siqale some years ago ukulungisa ama-clinics dey'bhedlela zethu siwa-upgrade, siwa-improve i-infrastructure ukuthi uma ngabe sekuqala ku-implementwa i-NHI sibe si-ready, sibe sinama-facilities esikwaziyo ukuthi siwasebenzise, ama-facilities esikwaziyo ukuthi umuntu uma efakwa kuwona i-privacy yakhe ihlonipheke, i-dignity yomuntu ikwazi ukuba respected. Okusho ukuthi ama-private hospitals akuwona wodwa manje kule province asekwazi ukuhlonipha i-dignity yomuntu. Sikwenza lokho ngenxa yokuthi sipreparela i-implementation ye-NHI. Ngiyafisa futhi ukusho sihlalo ukuthi nawo wonke noma zonke izibhedlela esesiqalile ukuzakha noma esesizakhile in the past few years besizakha in mind njengohulumeni oholwa ukhongolose besizakha in mind with knowing ukuthi siyogcina siyimplementile i-NHI. Ngiyafisa ukukunika isibonelo la kwi-province yaKwaZulu Natal esithi isibhedlela esifana Nenkosi Chief Albert Luthuli Hospital. It is a hospital that you can compare with any private hospital in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of services that are provided there, it goes way beyond what is provided in any other private hospital. Asigcini lapho, sinesibhedlela esisha ebesivulwa umongameli 2 weeks ago, esibizwa ngokuthi Dr. Pixley Isaka Seme Memorial Hospital. Uma usibuka in terms of infrastructure, ayikho ngisho neyodwa i-private hospital efika kuyona. Asigcini nge-infrastructure, even equipment and services that are provided in that hospital are of a level okwaziyo ukuthi they far surpass treatment and services that are received in a private hospital. So abantu bakwaZulu Natal uma bethi bayayijabulela ngempela i-NHI abakusho lokho ngoba bepolitika, bakusho lokho ngoba National Congress uyabasiza ngempela. Sengiqedile Sihlalo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Honorable Mukause, EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the National Health Insurance Bill that has been presented here today. Under the pretense of achieving universal health coverage, this bill, Chairperson, in its current form seeks to do nothing more than to enrich the privately owned healthcare sector at the expense of the people of South Africa. Today, our country is being misled by the ANC government that this bill is an attempt at dealing with the collapsed healthcare system in the country, knowing very well that this bill will not solve the crisis of infrastructure in public facilities of townships and rural communities. As the EFF, we have on various platforms, Chairperson, highlighted the problematic clauses within the National Health Insurance Bill and its fundamental position on the development of a national funding pool. This bill claims to correct the wrongs of inequality, access to health care, and delivering universal health care coverage to the people of South Africa, whilst in essence, it is far from those aspirations. It's a far cry from what it is portrayed to be. It is not the elimination of two-tier system. Instead, it is the outsourcing of healthcare to the private sector. The NHI bill, Chair, will see the funding of all our health needs being centralized and suppliers such as general practitioners, private hospitals, and public hospitals catering to the needs of our people, with payment of services being administered from the national funding pool of the NHI. This system is unsustainable, as we have seen with numerous programs of the ANC government. The NHI stands but as an admittance of the ANC government of its failure to build a working healthcare system in South Africa. Our people currently lack access to quality healthcare. They experience shortages of healthcare professionals and infrastructure challenges, which are issues that need urgent attention. It is important to condemn the poor state of healthcare system in South Africa, as it is contributing to equality in healthcare access. It prevents timely and effective treatment of diseases, and hinders progress in achieving better healthcare outcomes for all citizens of this country. This situation, Chair, is particularly alarming considering the high burden of disease like HIV and tuberculosis. Yet the ANC opt to resolve to outsourcing healthcare services and our people's well-being to the private sector. The NHI is a direct reflection of Ramaphosa's administrative policies, a comprehensive program to privatize everything, leaving the state powerless. The ANC government has privatized dams, national parks, and state-owned entities like SAA, which are failing. It has sold off assets of Transnet it's in a process of privatizing ESCO, and it's continuously stripping the state of its powers. They do not have control over anything because the aim is to render the state incapable of providing for the needs of our people and leave us dependent on private sector in every aspect of our lives. As the EFF once again express our concerns about the requirements of what the NHI terms as referral system. What is meant by this clause? It is that all persons should go to their nearest healthcare facilities for medical intervention. This means that for people living in rural areas, townships and informal settlements will still be subjected to the diabolic state of public hospitals and clinics, whilst the affluent and those in cosmopolitan areas will have the utmost benefits due to their proximity to private healthcare facilities. This then does not make access to healthcare any easier on poor people, as it simply means that the NHI stands to benefit only those people who already afford their own healthcare through medical aids, whilst the poor remains with the health facilities in far-off abandoned areas. House Chair, furthermore, it is unconstitutional for a bill to dictate that the only way for our people to get medical intervention is on a basis that they are registered users of the NHI. The inability to be registered user or the choice to not be a registered user should never mean the dissolution of a basic human right for accessing healthcare. There is no bill that should have the power to strip away the right to healthcare services. This right is a protected right by the Constitution of this country. The EFF maintains that the only genuine way to ensure that access to quality healthcare is resolved is the intentional focus on prevention and primary healthcare services. As for the EFF, we still maintain that we need to implement genuine ways to ensure that our people access healthcare services. The solution to our public healthcare collapse crisis will never be that we tenderize healthcare and outsource the well-being of our people through the NHI. In the National Assembly, for an example, as the EFF, we tabled a private members' bill, the National Amendment Bill, that would see clinics open 24 hours and 7 days a week. This bill, however, was rejected by the ANC and the DA, who have no interest in ensuring that our people in destitute and remote areas receive due medical intervention and when they need it. As the EFF, we are of the firm view that the NHI is yet another avenue by the state to surrender critical services to a private sector, whose sole priority is that they accumulate profit. This bill does not offer the benefits of universal health care as portrayed here today by the ruling party. it doesn't cover any of the needs of our people. Therefore, as the economic freedom fighters, we cannot align with anything that do not provide quality health care for our people. We reject this bill with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kause. The next speaker is Honorable D. Christian, Democratic Party. Oh, sorry, Democratic Alliance.
It's one and the same thing, Chair. Democratic Party and Democratic Alliance.
Order.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, fellow honorable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. As representatives of the people and guardians of their interests, we cannot ignore the glaring red flags that surround this proposed legislation. The ANC government may champion the NHI as the panacea for our health system, but we must speak truth to power and expose the serious shortcomings and risks that this bill entails. Let us not mince words, House Chairperson. The NHI is a perilous gamble, a reckless leap into the unknown that threatens to intensify the very issues it purports to solve. The fundamental question before us is whether we can entrust a government with a dismal track record of mismanagement, corruption, and ineptitude to overhaul our entire health system. The issue of trust is not a mere elephant in the room. It is a stampeding herd that cannot be ignored. We are asked to trust a government that has failed to deliver basic services across the board, from water to education, from policing to electricity. The litany of broken promises and decayed infrastructure serves as a stark warning that entrusting our health to this administration is a perilous journey into the unknown. Chairperson, let's be brutally honest about the ANC's record. The dismal state of the majority of hospitals across the country, despite pouring billions into them, speaks volumes. The rot runs deep, fueled by cadre deployment, aggressive affirmative action, and pervasive culture of corruption that permeates every government contract. This government has not only failed to deliver services, but has allowed our infrastructure to crumble to the point where restoration seems like an impossible task. Now the ANC tells us that the NHI will centralize buying to reduce costs. But we've seen the grotesque examples of Eskom's lavish spending on the mop and knee guards, a clear indication of the rampant inefficiency and corruption that plagues our government at every single level. The NHI is presented as a cure-all, but let's dispel these illusions. Under this bill, citizens will lose the autonomy to choose their treatment. Prepare yourselves for a hefty tax burden while being expected to express gratitude for whatever morsels of service is thrown at us. The poor will be consigned to the mercy of government clinics and hospitals, perpetuating a system where waiting all day for a sore throat treatment becomes the norm. The promises made to the people about immediate improvements in abysmal services, crumbling infrastructure, and doctor shortages are nothing more than a smokescreen. Our Chairperson, the reality is that the NHI rollout will take years. The ANC has misled the very people it claims to represent. The ANC's attempt to absorb or alienate the private health sector is a dangerous game. The expansion of the private health sector is a symptom of the failing public sector and not the cause. Rather than scapegoating the private sector, the ANC should focus on eradicating corruption, creating conditions for private investment in the public health sector, and holding accountable those responsible for the dire current state of affairs of our public health systems. In conclusion, House Chairperson and fellow members, we stand at a crossroads. The ANC government wants to bulldoze through the NHI, but we must not be complicit in this risky venture. Our duty is to protect the interests of the people, and that means rejecting this bill in its entirety. It is not a solution, but a very clear recipe for disaster. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Can I ask those who are on the platform to ensure that their gadgets are muted, please? The next speaker is Honorable P. Ramatua, Limpopo MEC of Health.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Just a minute, Honorable MEC. Honorable Tafeni, please ensure that your gadget is muted, please. You can proceed. Honorable Tafeni. Please proceed, Honorable MEC. Honorable MEC, you can proceed. Honorable MEC Ramatu, is he still on? No. Please proceed. Okay, we'll come back to Honorable Ramatu, but let's move to Honorable G. Pretorius, Western Cape Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health and Wellness.
Honorable House Chairperson, the decision by the Western Cape to vote against the NHI bill was a deliberate one, rooted in the principled concerns and a commitment to the well-being of the citizens of the Western Cape and South Africa. The NHI bill has been a topic of intense discussion, sparking debates across the country. At its core, the bill aims to restructure South Africa's broken healthcare system, aiming for universal health coverage to ensure that all citizens have access to essential healthcare services. House Chairperson, I wish to be clear on this matter. My party believes that this goal is undoubtedly commendable and aligns with the fundamental right to health, and we wish for a day in which all patients receive the same superior standard of healthcare they do where the DA governs. But the approach and implementation strategies within this bill have raised significant concerns. The Western Cape Standing Committee on Health and Wellness conducted 10 public hearings across our beautiful province. Let's get practical, House Chairperson. While hundreds of participants in these hearings stood against the bill, several attendees gave presentations based on the fallacy that NHI would introduce immediate superior health care for all, including and especially in far-flung rural areas. Chairperson, several of these participants announced themselves as ANC representatives. I don't have an issue with that. What I do take issue with, and what I find incredibly sad, is that these members of the public had been deliberately misled. Imagine the indignation when the NHI version sold to them never materializes. Imagine the anger when instead of a utopian system of free and equality healthcare, our people find themselves trapped in a system devoid of funds, skills, and proper management. The ANC has saddled a bolting horse, House Chairperson. How dare the public be misled in this fashion? The decision not to support the bill was not taken lightly. It was based on a series of valid reasons deeply rooted in the principles of fairness, efficiency, and sustainability of the healthcare system. Our first and foremost concern is simple. The numbers just do not add up. The implementation of this bill would require substantial funding, and there has been serious questions raised regarding the feasibility of the funding model proposed by the bill. The concerns are not merely about cost, but also about the potential strain on an already stretched national budget. Last week, the Western Cape Minister of Finance tabled our provincial adjustment budget. That document painted a clear picture of a provincial treasury forced to stretch the limits of its innovation to keep basic services afloat. Years and years of ANC-sponsored load shedding, looting, failed economic policy, inaction on crime, and a growing culture of lawlessness have combined to decimate our economy, perhaps to the point of no return. How long does it take to destroy a country's economy? Well, it seems the ANC is on the verge of finding an answer. And against this background, House Chairperson, of extraordinary national budget challenges, it is incomprehensible that the government is even considering the NHI without a proper plan in place and with no idea where a funded budget will originate from. And the Western Cape's issues with the bill do not stop at funding. Serious concerns about the potential centralization of healthcare services and decision-making processes have been raised. The proposition of losing the autonomy and efficiency of the well-oiled, well-run, and professional healthcare system in the Western Cape, which every province deserves, is difficult to contemplate and of deep, genuine concern. The diversity of healthcare needs across different provinces necessitates flexibility in the delivery of healthcare services. And a one-size-fits-all approach will create the same problems we see in policing, energy, and other competencies which have suffered from the ANC's obsession with control and hunger for power. Transparency and accountability in the management of healthcare resources are paramount. Reservations about the governance structures proposed in the NHI bill, with concerns about potential inefficiencies, bureaucratic hurdles, and the mismanagement of resources remain valid. In its current format, the NHI will enjoy a monopoly on procurement and price fixing of all possible resources and commodities required at health facilities. One doesn't have to be a legal expert, Chairperson, to see that the envisaged procurement model alone cannot and will not pass the test of existing legislation or the Constitution. It is essential to underscore that the decision not to support the NHI bill does not mean a lack of commitment to healthcare reform. On the contrary, it reflects a commitment to finding a more inclusive, financially viable, and efficient approach to achieve universal healthcare coverage. House Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance advocates constructive dialogue and alternative proposals that address the concerns raised while ensuring equitable access to quality healthcare for all South Africans. We in the Democratic Alliance are committed to achieving universal healthcare coverage. However, we believe that this goal can be achieved through alternative, more sustainable means. Our vision emphasizes collaboration between the private and public sectors, leveraging existing resources efficiently, and empowering provinces to tailor healthcare solutions that best suit their unique circumstances. This bill represents the opposite of that. It is not only worthless as a resolution to our current healthcare challenges, it is in fact a measure which will make those challenges far, far worse. And it is not alone, House Chairperson. NHI, Bella, Expropriation, Employment Equity Act. At best, these bills will establish a future in which national government controls every aspect of our lives, from cradle to grave. At worst, They are a last-ditch attempt to steal what little is left from a sinking ship. Chairperson, the ANC has stolen the soul of South Africa. With the passing of this bill, they will have eaten it. How dare they? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable G. Pretorius. Can I check if Honorable MEC P. Ramatuba is back?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. You can proceed, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Dr. Joe Butler, and our Deputy Minister Dr. Glomo, colleagues from all our 9 provinces, members of the NCOP, receive our warm and fraternal greetings from the people of Limpopo, who are here and feel honored to join other colleagues in welcoming and supporting the National Health Insurance Bill. We believe as Limpopo that by adopting this progressive bill, the ANC government aims to continue to move South Africa forward towards the universal healthcare coverage, because we believe that this is a bill that will see the revolutionization of the healthcare and the transformation of our healthcare in our country. Honorable members, we should remind ourselves that even the transition from apartheid to democracy was never easy, and there were many people who were doomsayers indicating that it will not happen. That painful transition today, all of us are sitting and saying it had to happen, and all of us are welcoming it. We believe that the National Health Insurance, if Honorable Chair, I have to take the members back to say pre-1994, we had, if I'm to count, probably almost 15 departments of health, where you're talking about whether it's Transkei, Ciskei, Bophuthatswana, Venda, Leboa, Gazankulu, South Africa, KwaZulu, you can count them. The ANC-led government managed to amalgamate all of them in 1994, and we find ourselves with one National Department of Health, together with the 9 provinces that are supporting the National Department of Health. However, we must indicate that since then, Honorable Chairperson, it's unfortunate that over these years, we have seen capital being very smart. We have seen the 2-tier system developing from all those many departments wherein people were discriminated based on your geographic location, the color of skin, the language that you speak, to say which facility can assist you. Honorable members here are speaking about the best operations that used to happen. You ask yourself, in which facility? Were they happening in Grooteskier or were they happening in Khayelitsha? These are some of the questions that we've got to deal with. Were they happening to the poor Black South Africans at that time, or were they only restricted to the white people within the rich areas? We need to deal with that. So what we are saying here is that the 2-tier system that has come here, which the NHI wants to abolish, it's another capitalist system that developed over the years where private healthcare gets to be elevated at the expense of the public healthcare. I'm saying that, Chairperson, because if you look at South Africa in terms of its funding for health, the GDP, we're spending 8.5%, of which 4.2% goes to public, which is servicing more than 84% of the population. And you can use mathematics. It will tell you how much are you benefiting. The reality is that South Africa, it's one of those countries that has been able to meet the Abuja Declaration in terms of 15% all government spending to healthcare. But however, are we seeing that being benefiting the poor and the majority of the people of this country, of which the majority of the poor people are Black? Honorable Chairperson, we are saying as Limpopo that the current 2-tier health system, it is also an apartheid legacy. And we are saying it has painted a very bad picture of the healthcare system in this particular country. And we took a lot of time for us to be able to deal with that. And it's not ironic that you find many here complaining that we want to fix what is not broken. People glorifying and celebrating the very same private healthcare, which we want to argue today to say that private healthcare, it's equally broken and it also equally has got its own challenges, just like the public healthcare has got its own challenges. There are those in the private sector who indicate that unfortunately the public, it's full of corruption, and unless we deal with corruption, we're not going to implement NHI. Yes, corruption is a cancer that all of us must work together to deal with it. But equally at the same time, I have listened to some of the organizations that belongs to the medical professions and other healthcare professions attacking the very same NHI based on what they are saying, it's under-resourced, it's understaffed. My question that I want to ask you, Chair, and the Honorable House, these are some of the medical specialists who are working full-time in government, but because of government is progressive, we even allow them to do what we call RWAPs, the remunerative work outside public service. They leave the public patients, poor patients, and go to private. And when they get to private, who pays them? It's double dipping because they get paid by the same medical aid, which is subsidized by the same state. They come to government, we pay them end of the month, the salary, which is equally the same taxpayers' money. So we are simply saying we need to deal with this double dipping because it's your taxes. These people are being paid twice. And the people who suffer the most is the public patients who, because whether you see them or you don't see the patients, you still get paid. Now we're saying, we don't mind you doing your RWAPs, but let's get this funding model because NHI is just a funding model that will deal with all these challenges where we are saying, we will pay you, you will claim from the very same insurance, whether you are in public, whether you are in private. If we are able to do that, Honorable Chairperson, you will deal with some of these challenges that we are facing. The other parties that I listened here, especially I must indicate to the DA, they've never supported anything that will cater majority of the Black and the poor. That is a fact. And that's why we're not surprised when they are not supporting this particular bill, because to them, as long as they are comfortable, and all of you honorable members here, you are comfortable because you have got medical aid that are subsidized by the very same poor people. So we are saying, as the African National Congress, Limpopo province, but we support fully this particular NHI bill because we know that it will be able to assist us. Some of the issues that honorable members are being raised outside is that we questioned whether when we respond to them to say they are private sector organizations that also operate approved GP or a specialist network. This is what we call managed care organization. What will be the difference when we are coming here? We are saying the NHI, this fund, which is a pool fund, it's a medical aid scheme. How does it differ? Is it not a pooled fund? Are we not selfish by saying we want medical aid for ourselves? We don't want the poor to also be insured because the NHI, we want to insure both the poor and the rich. The practice, Honorable Chair, of pooling funds to share the financial risk, it's not a new concept. We do it in various insurance schemes. We don't know if we ever claim, but we pay for the risk protection. Then on the day, on today, when you have an insurance of your house, you are doing it for the day when your house gets burnt down. You are not saying you are doing it because you're sure your house will be burned. So all of us must contribute towards this NHI fund so that we can win. As a province, before you cut me, Honorable Chair, we are doing a lot of work in preparation of this NHI. We know because public health care can never play. What I like about us in public health care, we always accept our problems. We are saying It's not supposed to be how it is. That is why, as part of preparation, we are focused on infrastructure. Working with the National Department of Health, they identify Bembe district. They are saying they will revitalize. To date, they've been able to assist us with clinics like Magweja, Murenje, Makonde, Terangwe. You go and see those clinics, how beautiful they are. You should see now Ilim Hospital, it's already on a wall plate. As they continue to build that Ilim Hospital, you must also go and look at Chiridzini Hospital and Ilim. I mean, Silom has its other wall plate. It's Chiridzini and Ilim. They are next on the line. Not so long ago, our Minister of Health was in Limpopo to be able to do sorting. So we can go on and on in terms of the work that we're doing. But finally, let's learn from COVID-19, where many of people with medical aid die with the medical aid.
Thank you very much,
because private healthcare could not provide them the healthcare that
now
they
call on
claim they can
Honorable SF to touch from Freedom Front Plus.
Dankie agbare voorsitter. Net soos die president met wensdenkery van slim stede en elektriese voertuie op Suid-Afrikaanse paaie droom, probeer hy en die ministers hierdie fabel van die nasionale gesondheidsversekering aan die kiesers verkoop. En dit is iets wat nie eers in 'n eerste wêreldsland soos die Verenigde Koninkryk kan werk nie. Die nasionale gesondheidsversekering wat poog dat alle burgers mediese behandeling op 'n gelyke basis gaan ontvang, is 'n droom wat nie gaan slaag nie, voorsitter. Ons moet realiteit in die oë staar. Gelyke behandeling waarna verwys word, is in effek min tot geen behandeling vir Suid-Afrikaners. The fact is that government currently can't provide proper basic medical assistance to patients in state hospitals due to mismanagement, corruption, and the failure to put the needs of the people above the ideological, socialist, and communist targets of the ANC. Die verdoemende verslag van die ANC oor die gruwels in staatshospitale wat 2 weke terug deur die VF+ bekendgestel is 'n duidelike bewys dat die staat nie in staat is om die welstand van die landsburgers om te sien nie en ook die gevaar loop om binne die volgende 5 jaar sonder effektiewe mediese fasiliteite te sit. The bill doesn't pass the constitutional muster, Chair. My colleague in the National Assembly, Honourable Van Staden, have highlighted all the pitfalls, flaws, and the constitutional shortcomings in the bill over the past few months. This bill has become a populist election tool for the ANC and will cost human lives and waste millions of rands. How can such a bill be passed? If the baseline funding of dilapidating medical facilities have been reduced in this DORA, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill that we will be discussing and debating on Friday, Clause 2 of Chapter 1 of the National Health Insurance Bill provides that the National Health Insurance Fund will serve as the single purchaser and the single payer of health services. And this provision may possibly infringe of Section 22 of the Constitution, in that the National Health Insurance Fund may very well monopolize healthcare facilities in the country. En dan, voorsitter, hoe belaglik dat die NGV gemagtig sal wees om klagtes teen homself te ondersoek, indien daar enige oortredings was. Die magte en regte en verantwoordelikhede van mediese skemas is steeds 'n groot vraagteken wanneer dit by die NGV kom. Indien persone wat tans aan mediese skemas behoort, verplig word om hulself onder die mag van die NGV te sorteer en van die staatsdienste gebruik te maak, sal die las op die staat nog groter is as wat dit op die oomblik is. Is 'n omgewing waar die regering nie in staat is om op die oomblik basiese mediese dienste aan miljoene Suid-Afrikaners te lewer nie. Voorsitter, daar's vele geldige griewe wat deur oppositiepolitieke partye, burgerregte organisasies, individue en ander ingedien is, want hierdie wetgewing voldoen nie aan die oppergesag van die reg nie. Voorsitter, neem kennis dat die deurdruk en aanvaarding van die grondwetlike uitdagings en gevolge wat die regering inhou, dat die land se ekonomie en die regte van landsburgers in gedrang gebring word en die waardigheid en gesondheid van alle Suid-Afrikaners negatief deur hierdie wet geraak sal word, waarvan die befondsingsmodel op hierdie stadium onduidelik is en uit die aard van die saak ook onmoontlik is. Chair, a government that accommodate newborn babies in cardboard boxes will have to stock up on caskets if this bill is passed. The Freedom From Plus cannot support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tutoich. Next speaker is Honorable Councillor M. Mkhuje. Honorable Councillor Mkhuje Salga. Okay. Oh, we're moving now to the next speaker.
I'm here, Chair.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Minister of Health, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable House Chairperson and Chief Whip of Council, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, House Chair, our Constitution guarantees everyone the right to have access to healthcare services, including reproductive health care, and that state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its availability resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. Acknowledging health as a human right recognized a legal obligation on states to ensure access to timely, acceptable, and affordable health care. A rights-based approach to health requires that health policies and programs prioritize the needs of those furthest behind first towards greater equality, a principle that has been echoed in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and universal health coverage. The right to health must be enjoyed without discrimination on the grounds of their health needs, irrespective of their socio-economic status or any other factor. Disadvantaged and marginalized serve to exclude certain populations in society from enjoying good health. According to the World Health Organization, 3 of the world's most fatal communicable disease, malaria, HIV, and tuberculosis, disproportionately affect the world's poorest population, and in many cases are compounded and exacerbated by other inequalities and inequalities, including gender, age, sexual orientation, or gender identity, and migration status. Conversely, the burden of non-communicable diseases is largely associated with lifestyle and behavior factors, as well as environmental determinants, such as safe housing, water, and sanitation that are inextricably linked to human rights. Honorable members, as the sphere of government closest to communities, we are alive to the struggle confronting many citizens when it comes to access to health care services. Many currently do not enjoy access to some services due to their social economic status and other factors. The General Household Survey published in August this year indicates that 73% of the households first consult public health care facilities when members fall ill or get injured. The type of healthcare facilities consulted by household members are influenced by factors such as household proximity to facilities, as well as personal preferences based on factors such as affordability and the perceived quality of services. At the same time, only 15.8% individuals in South Africa are members of medical aid schemes. In contrast to this, the significant funding goes to the private sector, while the public sector is characterized by understaffing and long waiting times. Honorable Minister, while we acknowledge that the National Health Insurance Bill is a legislative instrument which the department is using to address South Africa two-tier healthcare system with a large public sector and a small but very higher quality private sector, the bill is silent on the critical component of health services, which is preventative health services. The reported figures on the use of public health facilities and access to medical aid schemes suggest that we ought to pay equal attention to preventative health services. Health is not only achieved at health facilities, but is determined by social determinants of health. The recent outbreaks in the form of listeriasis outbreak, COVID-19 pandemic, cholera outbreak, and the most recent food poisoning cases are examples of why it is important for the bill to pay equal attention to preventable healthcare services. In order to prevent diseases outbreaks, the bill must strengthen the funding of preventative health services, which seeks to regulate the provision services such as water, sale of food, waste management, health surveillance of premises, surveillance and prevention of communicable diseases, vector control, environmental pollution control, and safe disposal of the death, amongst others, all which impact on the health outcomes. Honorable House Chair, in view of the above and the fact one of the purpose of this bill is to ensure the sustainability of funding for healthcare services within the Republic. SALGA called for the insertion of clause 7(2)(g) as follows: in order to ensure the seamless provision of health services at the community level, the minister must regulate the administration, management, budgeting, and governance of preventative health services at all spheres of government. The minister must, by regulation, set standards for the provision of services which impact on health outcomes. Honorable members, strengthening the provision of preventative health services is another means of protecting individuals and their families from financial hardship, as it will mean fewer people end up in health facilities. Strengthening preventative healthcare services will go a long way in saving government a lot of money spent on curative healthcare services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Hodge. The next speaker is Honorable N. Hadebe, Inkatha Freedom Party. Bungani.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party has been a voice that strongly advocates for a system of universal access to healthcare system in South Africa. We have believed that people have a right to universal healthcare that maintains a symmetry of quality and cost effectiveness, ensuring accessibility to all citizens. Our beliefs have always aligned with the rights to healthcare enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution. However, we assert that the current version of the bill under consideration is impractical. Moreover, the prevalent concerns about our existing healthcare system weigh heavily on the minds of all South Africans who fear potential government-mandated changes that could lead our healthcare system into a state of despair, decline, degradation, mirroring the challenges faced by other state-run entities. Anxiety surrounding the service delivery, particularly in the healthcare sector, is shocking. For instance, Bethesda Hospital in KwaZulu-Natal has been grappling with a lack of consistent water supply since 2018. Complaints from health workers about inadequate water and sanitation, as well as shortages of medical supplies, has been voiced by, and unfortunately, these concerns seem to have fallen on deaf ears.
Citizens across our country do not want to seize their rights to quality healthcare in exchange for a government that has not consistently inspired confidence in terms of service delivery. Our stance is rooted in the following consideration. One, affordability. Acknowledging healthcare as a progressively attainable right, we must also recognize the state's obligation not to jeopardize the existing provision of public healthcare services. The proposed bill in our evaluation risks impeding access to current healthcare facilities due to its substantial funding requirements, attempting to cover the 9 million individuals presently covered by private medical aid is financially unattainable, potentially causing the bill's failure if enacted into law. Access to healthcare. The IFP expresses deep concern not only about the current inadequate state of access to medical services in rural areas and communities, but also about the potential of the NHI to further limit access through its suggested referral and accreditation networks, potentially excluding specific clinics. Ministerial outreach. The current version of the bill grants the Minister of Health powers beyond the scope of their political office. This sets the stage for undue influence, cadre deployment, and may adversely affect oversight, potentially leading to fraud and corruption, albeit without casting doubt on the ministry's integrity. Shortage of medical professionals. The South Africa urgently requires more medical professionals, including doctors and nursing staff. Regrettably, the current form of the NHI does not address this need. Recent surveys, such as one conducted by the insurer PPS, indicate that over 72% of medical professionals would consider emigrating if the current NHI were implemented. As I conclude, in conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, after careful consideration and despite our unwavering support for universal healthcare, particularly for the disadvantaged in South Africa, the IFP, for the outlined reasons, cannot endorse the present form of the NHI bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Manzini.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Health, other presiding officers, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Permanent Delegate of the NCOP, fellow MSs of Health, and fellow patriots. Chairperson, I'm deeply honored to represent the more than 5.1 million of the Mpumalanga in this historic debate on the national health insurance, a policy intervention which will go a long way in making sure that the people of South Africa have universal access to healthcare. Today is a historic to me for two reasons. The first being that we are passing this bill in the month wherein we are celebrating 80th anniversary of the seminal African claim document, which was approved by the then ANC President, Dr. A.B. Xuma, on the 14th of December, 1943. And is explicit on the responsibility of the state to provide health care to South African and the establishment of funds to do so. The African claims document reads as follows, close quote, "We regard it as the duty of the state to provide adequate medical and health facilities for the entire population of the country. We deplore and deprecate the fact that the state has not carried out its duties to the African in this regard and has left this important duty to philanthropic and voluntary agencies. As a result of this gross neglect, the general health of the entire African population has deteriorated to the alarming extent," close quote. And as one of the solutions suggested the following, we strongly argue the adoption of the following measures to meet the health needs of the African population: a coordinated control finance of health services for the whole union, and the appointment of district surgeon in rural areas with a large African population, close quote. So today, by passing this bill in this August House, we are honoring the memory of the great African leaders who were part of drafting this seminal document, like Prof. Z.K. Matthews and President A.B. Xuma, who was a doctor by profession. Today's act is a clear sign that the ANC is still committed to its historic mission of liberating Blacks in general and African in particular from all calamities of colonialism and apartheid. Today's moment is also historic because it neatly fits itself in what Karl Marx wrote when he argued, open quote, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already given and transmitted from the past. The tradition of all dead generation wait like a nightmare on the brains of living, close quote. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government is today making history of breaking barriers of access to quality health care for all South Africans, especially the working class and the poor, not under circumstances of our own choosing, because of an economy that is not performing optimally in the country and resistance from the beneficiaries of elitism and privilege. We're not going to talk about a private sector here, but we're going to talk about the people of the province, like others are saying, the interests of the private sector over the interests of our people. We are making history by passing a law which will enable for the establishment of the National Health Insurance Fund in the Republic, funded through mandatory prepayment that aims to achieve sustainable and affordable universal access to quality healthcare services as envisaged by Prof. Z.K. Matthews in 1943. The bill is explicitly clear that users of the fund are entitled to receive healthcare services purchased on his or her behalf by the fund from the accredited health services provider or health establishment, free at the point of entry. The passing of this bill is historic, as it also seeks to address risks global powers have ignored for decades, which are inadequate health system, gaps in social protection, and structural inequalities, especially in the health sector. And the bill seeks to address some of the most pressing challenges of our times in the health sector, which amplify health inequalities such as private hospital, businesses, and even individual hoarding precious equipment that is urgently needed for everyone, but only caters for the few. This is victory for the many South Africans who do not have medical aid. And for your information, even those that are having medical aid, before they treat you while sleeping in that bed, in that private sector, the hospital that they're talking about, they need authorization before they touch you. We have evidence where private sector will first say, this medication, we have given you more than what we can pay for. And let me transfer you to Rob Ferrer. And in Rob Ferrer, we don't ask you how much do you have. We are saying, what is it that you need? As we speak about the very same private and medical aid that they're talking about. And a medical aid, April, you have a card, but you don't have services. They are not using it. They are coming to the very same hospital. That you are saying people are going to die only because there's NHI. But I believe ministers have got stats on a daily basis where majority of our people are discharged on the very same hospital that we are saying. They only die when there's NHI. But currently, majority of people are servicing them in the very same hospital and clinic. And this is victory. And it is a victory for many South Africans who will still have to travel hundreds of kilometers to access certain medical services which are not available in public facilities in their area, but only offered by private healthcare provider. This bill, once passed into law, it will go a long way in ending the unpalatable situation we find ourselves in, and was properly described by the Secretary General of the United States, this United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres. He argued, while we are all floating on the same sea, it's clear that some of us are in super, while others are clinging to the floating debris, close quote. Honorable Chair, I have no doubt in my mind that South Africa's needs NHI, allowing to advance a few rational and scientific reasons to support my claim, as opposed to those who oppose it by empty slogan and rhetoric. The first relates to the unequal structure of the national health system. It is characterized by stark inequality based on race, class, and gender. For example, from the State SA General Household Survey in 2018,
reveals that only 60% of South Africans have access to medical aid. And this membership is dominated by white citizens, which is 70%, while only 10% of Africans have access to those medical aid. In the whole household, as Sasekadi, you are the only one who got medical aid at home. My mother, my father, and everyone else does not have a medical aid. So you think you must continue like that, and where communities only favors a few people. But for white people, the whole family can be covered. But for white people, it's only that one person that is working. And we are saying, as African National Congress, in the interest of the people that voted for us, we are going to support this bill, especially as Mpumalanga province. Furthermore, South Africa's health finance is very skewed when contrasted with other countries. As impressed in the 8.5% of the GDP spent and the overall health services, but this largely consumed by private health sector users and providers. How does the country justify a two-tier health system in which half of the overall health expenditure is spent by 16% of its population? These figures also debunk the myth of limited resources within our system, as we have all been singing the very same song, that South Africa's health expenditure exceed World Health Organization, as we speak, recommended that the expenditure, which is 5%. So the NHI seek to address this structural inequality within the system by providing an alternative universal healthcare service. This is how we are going to fund the NHI. And secondly, South Africans need NHI for accepting primary health care. Various health studies prove that South Africa's health system is overly curative. This has significant implications for health service costs and the nation's disease profile. A clear example is the continued rise of non-communicable disease and lifestyle disease. South Africa requires preventative health paradigm and system, which is not over-dependent on a curative health technologies and intervention. And the NHI provide the building block for such a system through prioritization and institutionalizing a primary healthcare model. It focuses on health service decentralization through community healthcare worker, school health teams, and district health structures. And these institution arrangements are more suitable for achieving primary health care within our communities. This shift towards primary health support a health module, which advanced in the MISTRA publication entitled Epidemics and the Health of African Nation. And this model connects disease burden to social, economic, environmental, and cultural factors. The opponents of NHI overlook this critical pillar of their reductionist debate.
Conclude, Honorable Member.
As I conclude, let me indicate that as the Department of Health in Mpumalanga, we are inviting you to go to Gersibande as a district where the National Department has piloted NHI and intervention by the department in building the state-of-the-art clinics in Vukuzakte and other areas in the province. And the hospital that we are building also as a province in making sure that as a province we are ready to make sure that we implement the NHI. And we are saying that if countries like Botswana, Ghana, and Rwanda are already ahead of us in terms of implementation of the National Health NHI model, there's absolutely no reason for South Africa in lagging behind in implementing this important instrument of universal access to quality healthcare in our province. And Chairperson, this is compelling argument. Does not convince the opponents of the bill to support it. It can only mean that they're dealing with people African novelist Ben Okru spoke about when he said, people who refuse to face any of their awkward and deepest truth, who have chosen to become deaf and blind towards the truth, according to him, these are people who silence their dreams and the dreams of others. And these are people who have died in life. And the people of Mpumalanga refuse to die and support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Labuskach, follows.
I see I've got 10 minutes here. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members, today might be seen as a win for the ANC, but it's a sad day for South Africans. The NCOP had a chance to listen to the public, to experts, to stakeholders, to reason and vote against the National Health Insurance Bill. Instead, it was bulldozed through the House, just as it was bulldozed through the National Assembly. That is now, if we ignore the fact that the executive intervened with the business of the Parliament last week. The Select Committee of the NCOP did not amend a single clause of this bill based on the input from extended public hearings. For that matter, only a few Section 76 bills has been amended by the NCOP in the past 10 years. The current practice on negotiating mandates paves the path for the ANC to negate the voice of people, in fact, reduce the cost of public participation in provinces to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I agree with Business SA CEO that this process, and I quote, makes a mockery of the due process and portrays the NCOP as nothing more than a rubber stamp, close quote. The ANC is trying to legislate an ideal instead of implementing a thoroughly considered evidence-based plan. A report from the Department of Health exposed the failing of the multi-billion rand project. Government has spent 4.3 billion rand between 2012 and 2017 on 10 national health insurance pilot sites with no clear monitoring and evaluation framework, making it almost impossible to determine the effect. I want to make it clear. The DA supports universal health care and universal access to health care. We do not support the NHI bill, which will destroy what little is left of the public health sector and will annihilate the private health sector. The ANC would cause the suffering of millions without ever, and even not today, answering any of the following few questions. How will this monstrosity be funded? No recent feasibility studies have been done regarding the financial impact of the NHI post-COVID. Simply put, South Africa cannot afford it, and the Minister of Finance said it blatantly on numerous occasions. The Office of the Health Standards Compliance is struggling to inspect and accredit health facilities in timely manner as it is. Hospitals already tender roughly to 80% of South Africans and are already failing to meet minimum norms and standard. The only hospitals in the country that comply to the ideal clinic specification within this bill is in the Western Cape. The NHI will abuse patients' rights to quality health care. The NHI fails to address skills and personnel shortages in less desirable or more remote areas in the country. Hospitals are completely understaffed, and the NHI does nothing to combat or correct this. Referral pathways, as described in this bill, will put further strain on the system and impede quick access to specific healthcare interventions. Treatment protocols might impede the treatment of certain conditions and patients. There is no clarity on which services the NHI would cover, despite repeated requests for information on this. Medical legal claims will skyrocket even further due to the maladministration of the NHI fund, which will collapse the health industry. There is no doubt that the NHI fund will be extremely vulnerable to theft and corruption. Today's debate is probably the ANC's idea of an olive branch to the business unity business for SA and organizations, who wrote to the chair of the NCOP and the deputy president with an urgent appeal to reject the NHI bill in the NCOP last week. Are we ever going to get reasons why the vote was deferred last week, Chair? No, probably not. The ANC knows the NHI is the ideal promise to voters in 2024. They do know, well know, that they can't afford to implement it. And they also know that the bill will land in court. So, notwithstanding all these, today, a vote against the NHI bill will be the only sane option to stop the devastating consequences for South Africa, the economy, and every citizen for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, the minister, the deputy minister, the chief whip, my colleagues in the house and in the virtual platform, my MEC from Mpumalanga. Well done, my MEC, we are proud of you. The contextual analysis of the contemporary challenges in the healthcare system noted by President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa during his remarks at the Presidential Health Summit in 2018 is a painful reminder of the persistence of our challenges and the agency which we should be implementing NHI. The President noted that in a country with more than 7 million people living with HIV, a nation with rising diabetes, hypertension, and cancer rates, and high maternal death and neonatal death rates, poor mental health status, and prevalent disability rates, we cannot afford to have a faltering health system. Too many people do not receive the quality preventive, promotive, curative, and rehabilitative healthcare services they deserve, while others, on the other hand, receive superior healthcare services. Chief among the causes of the problem is inadequate resourcing of the public health system. There is a need for strategic direction to steer the ship through turbulent waters. It is because of the above-mentioned gaps that we are debating on the NHI bill today. Through its concern, the ANC-led democratic government has been tirelessly championing the passing of the NHI bill as a fundamental building block for a robust and responsive healthcare system for providing critical and continuous services and care of our citizens in alignment with the guidelines of the World Health Organization. In anticipation of the implementation of the NHI, numerous advancements have been made towards transforming the health system. The transformation of our healthcare system is not a recent priority. Since the advent of democracy, the ANC-led government has made tremendous strides towards transforming not only the health sector, but broader society to rid it of the oppressive and divisive legacies of colonization apartheid. The undertakings by the ANC-led government have yielded many positive accomplishments, such as the positioning of public health as the first option for 7 out of 10 households in the country. To affirm this, Stats SA noted that number of household members who first consult medical practitioners in clinics and hospitals when unwell increased from 44.5% in 2004 to 55.6% in 2012 to 73% in 2022. The ANC's 29 Manifesto Review attributes this to our government's provision of free primary healthcare services, which include family planning, HIV and tuberculosis diagnosis, treatment and support, as well as mental and reproductive health services, just to mention a few. The ANC-led government has made numerous developments towards revamping and building new infrastructure over the years to ensure that our people have access to quality healthcare. The ANC 2019 Manifesto Review notes that in 1994 and 2014, 1,600 clinics and 18 hospitals were built. From 2014 to recently, 149 clinics and 38 hospitals were built. In these developments, the government has strategically targeted development centered in rural and townships communities to ensure that local essential services are brought close to our people. We have observed these developments firsthand and take deep pride in them, as seen with the Dr. Pixley Isakaseme Memorial Hospital in Guamashu, which was launched by the President Cyril Ramaphosa on 24 November 2023. The hospital provides 500 beds and will provide round-the-clock services that will include pediatrics, gynecology, general surgery, psychiatric, and mental health. The efforts towards improving infrastructure remain ongoing, and we are encouraged by the continuous commitment of the ANC-led government to improve infrastructure, as evident with the construction of the Central Academic Hospital in Limpopo, Polokwane, said to be completed by 2026 with 688 beds. The construction of this hospital is also anticipated to have a positive economic impact, where it is expected to produce about 2,000 jobs and about 2,000 more once it is fully operational. Chairperson, the foundational phases of the NHI initiated numerous projects, including ideal clinics, realization and maintenance aimed at ensuring that the status of our clinics is in line with the envisaged standards of healthcare infrastructure for the complete rollout of the NHI. To this end, the government has undertaken a process of assessing a number of primary healthcare facilities and noted that there was an increase in the number of primary healthcare facilities that qualify as ideal clinics from 56% in 2021-2022 to 59% at the end of 2022-2023 financial year. This means that 2,053 out of 3,464 facilities achieved ideal clinic status. During the public hearing of the NHI bill, opposition parties tried very hard to paint a false narrative that the passing of the bill poses a threat to health workers and may result in them fleeing the country. In contrast, we have seen an outpour of support from the medical community in support of the bill and offering their skills and services after the passing of the bill. Furthermore, we have noted how the ANC-led continues to make inroads regarding the strengthening and capacitation of healthcare workers, as evidenced by the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Training Program, which is a result of the bilateral health cooperation agreement signed with Cuba in 1996, aimed to provide an opportunity for South African students to undergo medical training in Cuba. To date, South Africans has been able to produce 371 doctors through the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Training Program and continues to also have a good relations with local higher education institutions on the enrollment and success of medical students to feed the workforce. By September 2021, more than 56 healthcare workers were recruited and more than 46 community health workers integrated into the public health system. Such interventions are critical in ensuring that the country has an adequate supply of medical practitioners, closing the gap of scarce skills, as well as playing a role in ensuring that there's representation in the field, as noted by 404 graduates of Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Training Program, where 40% of them were women. Although such progress deserves to be applauded and celebrated, more can and must be done to ensure that there is a greater representation in our industries, not only health, but other sectors of society along the lines of race, gender, age, persons with disabilities, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. Honorable Chairperson, again, in anticipation of the implementation of the NHI and as a part of the ANC-led government's commitment to implementing a successful system which is driven by delivering people-centered services, 11 pilot projects are undertaken across all 9 provinces in the country and have made numerous advances, including in OR Tambo, Eastern Cape, where as a result of various interventions, the district recorded a year-on-year improvement in cervical cancer screening for women over 30. This improvement also showed a marked increase in the ranking of the district as compared to other pilot and non-pilot districts. Umzinyathi in KwaZulu-Natal, there was an improvement in the immunization rate of children under the age of 1, with a further indication that directed efforts needed to be implemented to prioritize mother and child health intervention. In Eden, Western Cape, had a key achievement for the district was that it consistently reported the lowest levels of drug stockouts amongst all the pilot districts. According to the National Department of Health, the majority of NHI districts made significant progress in the establishment and rollout of ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams, which aims to ensure the overall success of NHI. As of September 2017, there were 3,519 ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams covering 12,816,152 homes. At the end of the 2017-2018 financial year, there were a total of 3,323 ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams around the country. Over the years, the ANC government has also been working tirelessly to establish an integrated health information system, which will enable health institutions to access patients' medical records as part of providing good patients' care. To this end, the National Department of Health has designed and implemented the health patient registration system, which generates and assigns patient identification numbers. Since 2014, substantial work has been done to use the health patient registration system in public health facilities and has thus been implemented in 3,220 public health institutions as of August 2023. More than 59 million people are registered on the health patients registration system, such as interventions will go a long way in improving patients' care and improving health outcomes. However, despite the tremendous progress made, it is undeniable that our healthcare system still remains largely unequal with a lot of room for improvement. We are encouraged by the continuous efforts of the department to the rollout of NHI as evident in the improved performance, where out of the 4 planned targets in the 2022-2023 financial, the department achieved 3, that is 75% up to 75 up from 40% in the previous financial years. It is in this light that the ANC remains resolved towards the NHI as an opportunity to ensure that a more just system is created towards the achievement of universal healthcare for all. The ANC support this bill. Chairperson, I think it will be much proper to tell the DA that what they are saying is not correct. In the public hearings, many or most of the people that were there were supporting NHI. Even here in Western Cape, here, la bahlala khona, NHI was supported in huge numbers. So there's no way that they can say today, we don't listen to the views of the people. Which views of the people must we speak about? Because the majority is supporting. Must we listen to the minority? That cannot happen. We are here to represent the people's views. That is why we are saying today, we are supporting this bill. Whether they like it or not, we are supporting this bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. We will now move on and request the minister to address the council.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, the Deputy Chair, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Muhai, also the Chair of the Select Committee, Honorable Njandu, members of the Select Committee for Health and Social Services, ministers, deputy ministers, members of Executive Council of Provinces who are here, Honorable Manzini, thank you very much for honoring your promise that you will be physically here. And also all the colleagues, MECs who are on the virtual platform, all the honorable members of this August House, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dumelang, Sanbonan.
Thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate this opportunity indeed to participate in the final stages of enacting this National Health Insurance Bill into law. And I want to thank the honorable members who have participated in the debate before I came in. Before I go into a number of substantive issues, Chair, let me just deal with a few issues which came from some of the misdirected honorable members. Honorable Ryder from the DA, unbelievable that improved life expectancy can be attributed to private health. Where do you get that? I mean, the private health only caters for about 14% of the population. So if we have an improved life expectancy of 14% of the population, it won't even have a dent. The improvement of from around 2004, 2005, where life expectancy had gone down to about 50 years, to where we were just before COVID at the average of 66% upwards. This was not the private health. The major intervention was in terms of the public health intervention, in terms of infectious diseases such as HIV and AIDS and TB, where there were major interventions, roll out of major community-led interventions. That's what raised the life expectancy. Very much, you are really misled. I don't know where you get that. And also, I mean, your colleague there, Honorable Pretorius, really. I mean, to come and believe that the thousands of people in the Western Cape who supported the NHI bill were basically misled. And I can tell you without a shadow of doubt that he's referring to black people. So black people, whatever, you're still stuck in apartheid. So when black people were fighting for freedom, when we were fighting for freedom, we were called terrorists. Today, when the people of the Western Cape, the majority black people, want to have access to universal health coverage, they are said to be misled. They don't know what they... So black people can never know what they want, because only white people will know what is good for them. You are really... And that is the typical mentality of the DA. That's why even a few brilliant young people who join the DA don't last. Where's Mazibuko? You know, where's my money? Where are they today? Simply because they are bright young leaders. They've been discarded by the DA. So that mentality still continues.
I rise on the point of order. I would like to know if the Honourable Minister will take a question.
Oh, will you take a question, Minister? When I'm done.
You don't have the answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So clearly, I mean, the honourable members are stuck in the past. And of course, these honourable members are also stuck in the balkanization of the republic. They believe that you know, all the interventions, because health is a concurrent function. Policies and programs are driven from the national and implemented at all provinces. So when we talk about various programs, we work together. I can tell you, you can ask your Western Cape MEC Mbombo. Just yesterday, we had our National Health Council. She participates like all other MECs, MEC Manzini, MEC Ramatuba, and all the other MECs, Melanie, who also spoke here. We consider ourselves as a team. We don't balkanize each other. And when you look at the Office of Health Standard Report, in terms of your central hospitals, it's not the Western Cape hospitals which come tops. Steve Biko Hospital, cutting edge, but they're not competing. They work together. The professor says Steve Biko, they work with Groote Schuur, they work with all the hospitals here across the country. So we want to really, you know, discourage you from this idea of balkanization. Honorable Chair, I want to thank the committee which led this process of processing this NHI bill. And I want to specifically thank the chair of the committee, Honorable Njadu, for really steering this ship to where we are today, where we are able to debate this bill. And I want to really pay tribute to him, Honorable Chair, because he was thrown into the deep end. You all know that he came in just at the time when the bill was passed by NA and referred to the NCOP after the unfortunate demise of the previous chair of the committee, Honorable Gillion. And he really got into it and swam with it, and here we are today. Thank you very much, Honorable Njadu, for steering this process. I'm sure that, may your soul rest in peace, Honorable Gillion will have been very proud of you because of the way in which you look after this. So today, Honorable Chair, to others it may look like any ordinary sitting. I'm not saying debating other policies is not important, but really in terms of where this intervention of transforming the health system come from, this is indeed a very historic day and a very historic achievement, because here today we are putting into place, into the statute, a framework to create an opportunity where we can be really able to transform the health services, create equity, and make sure that the perpetual divisions of South Africans, at least in the area of health, can come to an end. As already said by Honorable Manzini and other members, this comes a long way. The transformation of the health services has been part and parcel of our struggle for freedom, from the African claims to the Freedom Charter, and of course found its way into our constitution as encapsulated by section 27 of the constitution. Of course, we are not alone, as members have mentioned. The entire world is also pushing, from the World Health Organization to the United Nations. Just in September, on the 21st of September, we're together with the president. I believe that the advisor, Professor Shisada, was also in New York with the support of the president, where, amongst others, the UN Secretary General, who Honorable Manzini referred to, had called all heads of state to come and reinforce their commitment to the achievement of universal health coverage for their citizens. This was the second time. The first time was in 2019. This was now again to come and call all heads of state to come and reinforce this, so that it is not left simply to its other arm, which is the World Health Organization. But also when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, as other members have referred to, Sustainable Development Goal number 3, especially 3.8, which says we must achieve universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, to access quality essential healthcare services, and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines. So this commitment cuts across not only us here in South Africa, but across the globe. And a number of world leaders have also asserted the fundamental importance of making sure that we can achieve universal health coverage. Honorable Chairperson, in the process of processing this bill by the Select Committee, our department has been quite active, making sure that we have our ears on the ground, we're listening to the people, and indeed we can attest that the large majority by far of citizens supported this NHI bill. And I want to say that those people knew what they are looking for. They were not misled as others want us to believe. So we want to appreciate all those thousands of people who came forward. Let me take some time, Chair, Honorable Chairperson, just to deal with some of the issues which some members raised, some of which also some of the people who had some concern also raised, but we dealt with them during the process of the committee. Amongst others, there were those who shared concerns or maybe a particular sentiment which is the same as some of the uninformed members here against social solidarity, who felt that it is not correct that there should be social solidarity, that the rich should subsidize the poor. That is the essence of Ubuntu. When we say that South Africa is about Ubuntu, is to say that when your neighbor is hungry, you know, you don't just eat alone with your children and throw away what is left. You share. And that is the essence of Ubuntu. So NHI is about Ubuntu. So we want to say social solidarity is important. I'm just mentioning some of the issues which some members have touched on, that there is too much power for minister in the bill. This is part and parcel of our constitution, that when the president appoints the cabinet, there are particular responsibilities which are enshrined in the constitution, which the president must give to those ministers so that they can be held accountable. Because if you say that there is a particular policy, so in other words, the Minister of Health must be responsible for all other policies, but not in terms of universal health coverage. When it comes to universal health coverage, its implementation must come to Parliament every time. Whoever the people who are being appointed, the boards and so on, must be appointed by Parliament. But that minister must be held responsible. We've got so many other institutions which we look after, where we appoint almost every few months, whether it's a SAPRA, the medicines regulator, whether it's the National Health Laboratory, the minister does appoint those boards and they perform national functions and they come and report. They come and report here in Parliament. So we don't agree with that. The minister is held accountable collectively as a member of cabinet, but also individually. In terms of others who are concerned about role of provinces, those roles, the only thing which the bill, this bill will be changing is in terms of the pooling of funding, but functions in terms of provision of services will still be at different levels of government. At district, at province, and at local level, there will still be provision of services and they will be funded accordingly. Capacity to manage the funds, others says we don't have the capacity like they were saying here. They ignore the fact that when COVID came, no one, those who are naysayers didn't believe that we can roll out vaccination. We started a system under very high pressure, developed the system, acquired the vaccines, and we insisted that it must be a public good, that the vaccines should not be based on who has the money. And we procured as a state, we distributed, and everybody who wanted to get vaccines were able to get them. We developed the systems of registration, of monitoring, and there was never, up to today, we have reported to Parliament, not a single, even claim that some vaccines were stolen by somebody. And I don't know why now there should be such, such a hullabaloo. We've got many working institutions in terms of, I've already mentioned, your National Health Laboratory Services, with excellent institutions which are working, which are doing good work. The National Health Laboratory Service provides services for the entire public health system, which is 90% of the people of South Africa get their laboratory system from the National Health Laboratory. If you look at this medicines control, SAPRA, Medical Research Council, all of those are institutions which function under the health department. The economy, others believe that we must wait until economic growth, but it's at a time when things are difficult that we must pull together and make sure that we can share the resources which are available. The issue, let me because my time is running out, deal with one issue. The issue of the scaring of health professionals to say they are going to leave the country. Any health professional who's working ethically, who's looking after patients ethically, will know that they have nothing to fear. Even those who are in private practice, except if you do some cheating, otherwise the fund will be able, you'll be registered, you'll be a service provider, and you'll be provided. So as I conclude, Honorable Chair, I want to thank the House and all the provinces, the 8 provinces who have supported the bill. And as I say, farewell to and thanks to you, I want to say also, have a good rest during the festive season. Continue to look after yourselves. For those who will be driving, make sure that you don't drink and drive. Our hospitals are already overwhelmed with casualties. So please look after yourself. But also in conclusion, I want to say, also as you celebrate... Honorable, just a minute, Minister. Honorable Toy, on what point are you raising?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Minister said that he would take a question when he's finished, and he's nearing that point. I want to pose that question. unless he feels he isn't up to it to give us an honest answer.
Please take your seat.
Although, can you let the Honourable Minister answer himself, please,
Please
Chair?
take a seat. Thank you very much, Chair. As a final condition, I want to say, as you go on holiday, go and rest. Make sure that you come refreshed. I know next year is going to be quite a tough year. We're all going to the battlefield. But as you rest, also not only make sure that you live healthy, also practice safe sex. Make sure that you use the condoms. Our reports indicate that we have high incidence of sexually.
Minister, a second again. Honorable Ocam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I rise to ask whether the member is willing to take a question. Let's see if he's got the guts to do so. I just want to find out whether he agrees with the Minister of Finance, who says that there's no money for this. Do you agree with the Minister of Finance, yes or no, sir? Thank you.
All that I can say is that Minister of Finance is a colleague in Cabinet. This bill was approved by Cabinet. The Minister of Finance operates under the auspices of a collective decisions of Cabinet. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Chair.
Wonderful, Minister. Wonderful. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Long live to the NHIB. Long live to the NHIB. Long live.
We'll now move on and ask Honorable Njadru to close the debate.
Honourable Chair.
Yes.
The Honourable Minister, the bill hasn't even yet been passed and he's already going back on his word.
Press them hard, Honorable Njadru. Press them hard. Press them hard, Honorable Njadru. Press them. To them.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Joe Patla, Honorable Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Sibongile Dlomo, Honorable MECs, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable Members. Chairperson, I'm not going to, the Minister have said it all. So I'm not going to repeat what the Minister has said because he's the head of the political in the department. I will just stand here to say a word of thanks. Chairperson, I'm standing before you today filled with immense gratitude that we have finally made a bold move to building a formidable foundation for the provision of universal health for our people. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all the honorable members who took part in this debate and multitudes of our people who boldly declared their indisputable support for the National Health Insurance Bill. I would like to be particularly thank the Minister of Health, Honorable Dr. Joe Patla, and his Deputy Honorable Dr. Sibongile Dlomo, and Sibongiseni, dedicated official from the Department of Health, for taking his time to clarify many of these issues. That were raised in our committee meetings and the various public hearings that were convened by 9 provinces. These 9 provinces, 8 of these provinces supported the bill. And I confirm that the Minister has made my task much easier by clarifying all the issues that would have I have responded to. I would like to also thank all the members of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services for the meticulous way and dedication in which they processed this bill. I would like to extend my profound appreciation to the Chief Whip of the Council, Honorable Seso Mahai, Whip of the Committee, Honorable Ethel Nkosi, and yourself, Honorable Masondo, for your unfailing guidance and tireless support. Chairperson, as I've said, that the National Health Insurance Bill is aligned to South Africa's values of justice, fairness, and social solidarity. In line with the 2030 National Development Plan, we aim to achieve universal health coverage through the implementation of the National Health Insurance, NHI. This is going to be ensure that no one is left behind and that all South Africans can live a long and healing, healthy life. With the passing of the National Health Insurance Bill today, we are declaring to our people that our health care is in our hands. We must continue to lay the foundation for truly universal, accessible health as we build the country, all of us. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Judge.
The opposition is trembling.
Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate. I now put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to.
Yes, yes.
Before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. Thank you very much. We shall therefore proceed to voting on the question. And the question, as I've already indicated, is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. And we shall do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Support.
Eastern Cape supports Free State.
Thanks, Chairperson. Free State Province supports the bill.
Free State supports the bill. Gauteng.
Gauteng in support, Chairperson.
Gauteng supports KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyaweseka lo mkhuba
KwaZulu-Natal supports Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable
Limpopo supports Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga Province agrees, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga Province agrees. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
STEM-SAM support, Chair.
Northwest, STEM-SAM, and support. Western Cape.
The Western Cape opposes this bill in the strongest way possible.
Western Cape is against.
Obvious.
Voting being closed and having counted the voting, 8 out of 9 provinces voted in favor.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I therefore declare the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution.
Amandla.
Long live the NHI bill, long live. Long live the NHI bill, long live.
Long
live. Allah.
Consideration of joint rules on joint rules of Parliament, 6th edition, proposed amendment to Chapter 1 and 2B, announcement, tablings, and committee reports for December 2023, page 2. I now call on Honorable A.J. Nyambi, member of the Rules Committee, to present the joint rules report. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs, Representative of SALGA, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable members. Section 45 of the Constitution states that Parliament, the National Assembly, and the National Council of Provinces must establish a joint rules committee to make rules and orders concerning the joint business of the two houses. The purpose of the rules is, in principle, to set up a framework within which members and political parties who are often opposed to each other can engage and interact in a democratic and meaningful way, one which gives expression to the will of the people. Indeed, without rules, it will be very difficult for Parliament to discharge its constitutional mandate. Honorable Chair, the joint rules deal with, among other matters, order in joint sittings and rules of debate, joint committees, the legislative process, and the code of ethics for parliamentarians. Honorable members, the joint rules were last comprehensively reviewed over 10 years ago. Of course, the rules are living articles and Parliament has evolved. New practices have developed, not least owing to the recent pandemic and the fire. In this context, the Joint Rules Committee decided that a comprehensive review was necessary. This review was first initiated in the 5th Parliament, but could not be concluded. The 6th Parliament therefore resumed this endeavor. The Joint Rules Subcommittee on Review of Joint Rules has since finalized Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 of the Joint Rules of Parliament as stated by the Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, which deals with definitions, sources of authority and application, joint sittings of the houses, joint rules applicable to virtual and hybrid joint sittings, and the rules on order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. Work was also done on other chapters, but this requires further scrutiny. Owing to the limited time this year, the Joint Rules Committee opted to consider Chapter 1 and 2 in the interim. In summary, substantive changes proposed to Chapter 1 and 2 include, among other sections, 1, the inclusion of sources of authority for the rules, 2, public participation in Parliament, 3, the opening of Parliament and the State of the National Address, 4, the responsibilities of presiding officers, 5, the conduct of members, and the last is the point of orders and question of privilege. Honorable members, the rules can only achieve their purpose if members understand and appreciate their intent. It is therefore always preferable for the rules to be based on consensus. And I can report that discussion on the draft were typically constructive and practical, with members drawing on their collective experiences and knowledge. Honorable Chairperson, one of the key issues raised in the discussion concerned decorum and the conduct of members. It will be remiss of me not to acknowledge the repeated instances of disorder in joint sittings. To address such challenges, the Rules Committee proposed that the rules be clarified so that members know the powers conferred and limitations imposed on them. What is more, the authority of the presiding officers has been reinforced. But members, as I have said, it is incumbent on all of us to respect the rules and the good standing of Parliament. Honorable members, by way of conclusion, let us make use of the rules to advance our agenda and the people's business. With these comments, I would like to endorse the proposed rules and commend them to the House for adoption. I thank you, honorable members and honorable chairperson, as I table the rules. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Honorable delegates, I now put the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration on the rules? No province wishes to make a declaration. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, Yavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape voting in favor. Free State?
Free State votes in favor, Chairperson. We don't want anarchy.
Free State votes in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng votes in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng votes in favor. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko.
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga ivumile, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape votes in favor. Northwest.
Temsam, Chairperson.
Northwest Temsam. Western Cape.
Cape supports.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting being closed. And the votes are as follows. 9 out of 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Let me, honorable members and delegates, take this opportunity to thank the minister, I know that he's already left, for his participation in this debate and for being here as we looked at various kinds of issues in detail. I also like to thank the permanent delegates, MECs, special delegates, the SAGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting as indicated. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is now adjourned.
Long live the chair.
Recording stopped.
Long live the chair, long live.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
There's
Chair.
no long.
Yeah.
The opposition is trembling. The EFF and the DA combined are trembling.
Hey, you are nonsensical, ANC people.
They're dead.
Go away.